Join me as we talk all things true crime.
Made contact and shattered.
The missing 4-year-old. The parents have called in and the mother has went for a wall, came home, now they can't find her.
Chad, where are Lori's kids? They've been missing for 4 months. You have nothing to say?
4 were stabbed multiple times and were likely asleep during the attack. Some had defensive wounds.
Most of them had just like one that was the lethal stab wound.
Oh, what a tangled web we weave. Once I told a lie, and I told my family, I had to keep lying.
What's your, is it deemed?
We haven't cleared anybody.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for being here. Tonight I have Teresa from Criminality and I have Sleuthy Goosey here. So if you're not subscribed to their channels, you can find them on YouTube with their little @ sign right in the title. And also on X, you can find Sleuthy Goosey there, where she does a lot of her work and good reporting at that. So thanks for being here. And hello, everybody in chat. This is my second stream back. So just bear with me while I get used to the new setup with StreamYard and all that. But hi.
Hi. Make sure my camera on. Hi, everybody. Hi, Amber. It's so good to be here with you. I'm so happy that you're back.
I was saying last week, I've enjoyed being a viewer, like watching the Karen Reed trial with you and Sleuthy. Like, I was just doing my daily routines, bottle feeding, diaper changing, but I had you ladies like there with me watching that whole trial in the background. I was just like, yes, like these girls know this case. Like, it was really good coverage for that Karen Reed trial, just have to say.
Thank you. Wouldn't have been able to do that without Sleuthy. She was my lifesaver.
We did all right, Teresa. We did pretty good. I think I probably would have rather done the Kohberger thing than be dealing with this AI, but here we are.
Here we are.
Which brings me right to it. The last time I think us three even maybe commented on the Kohberger trial is we did plan to kind of watch it all together. Like I would be modding in chat and I was ready for you guys to kind of carry on with that case, just like you did with the trial for Karen. And I was like, yes, this is going to be good. And then I'll do my weekend catch-ups on the trial and I'll watch them during the week when I'm with the kids. And then the plea deal took place and I was just like, wow, like now what? Like, and then now we've got all this dump of all this information. And when I say information, I put it in quotes because I just feel like already it reminds me very much, I hate to even say it, but like the Watts case where we're given all this information, but when we search for certain things that are like very vital, like it's not there or it's redacted and you're just like, wait, what? Like, just think about Plunder. The channel had to get an attorney involved to get an interview out of the Watts case. Remember, Teresa?
Oh, yeah. Of NK.
Yeah. So I'm seeing similarities in a way as far as like a false sense of like transparent. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm just going to get right into it. And I meant to create this banner as basically going to say, following the Idaho case, Bryan Kohberger case, whatever you want to call it, presents peculiar circumstances because the lack of a trial, and thoughts and opinions in true crime are always expressed to shed light on the truth. And unfortunately, in my experience with looking at these cases, Gypsy Rose included, I feel like these plea deals leave you with a sense of unfinished like business in a way, or no closure, or of course there are those, especially in the Idaho case, we've seen 50% of the families involved that are very happy with how things went down. So it's very hard, I guess, to kind of say it's always the same for every case in person, but I just see similarities where I'm like, because in the Watts case, after they found out that the children died not at the house and later, the Rusak, Shanann's family, kind of regretted agreeing to the plea deal. because it was more horrific than what they thought. So I just want to say, I'm not going to sugarcoat my feelings on this body cam tonight. I thought about it a lot, and I think that you can view the surviving roommates as victims and survivors, but you can also be honest in your opinion with how you're reacting to what we're seeing. Same with the 911 call. I felt like a certain way about listening to it and finding out the information we did. I think that your vibe attracts your tribe, and if things that I say tonight you don't agree with and you unsubscribe, then that's okay with me in a way. I don't mean to sound rude, but I have to be honest and vent, and this is my area to vent, and I just want to lay that out there. But I also think that people in this chat, possibly people, actually I can say for myself, like there's survivors and victims of crimes who you can go through something and still kind of look back and think, well, I wish they would have done it this way, or why did they choose to do it that way? Like, I want to have these conversations tonight, so I just want to brace everybody in chat. Okay, because Purple One is giving me the okay. Mara, everyone's like, just be honest, and I hope that I can accept and say that they are survivors. Whatever, like if they intervened or possibly tried to confront Bryan that night, like they very well could have died themselves. But I still think that we need to have this conversation, because I know that the comment section, there's more people out there who kind of are feeling the way that I am. So I'm kind of like, okay, so I do have like everyone's opinions are valid, basically. So just wanted to lay that disclaimer out there, because I know that there already is going to be a bit of like mixed feelings and stuff. So
it's interesting that you bring up like the Watts case though, because that was another issue that we had when we covered that case, is that they take these plea deals, but they don't actually have to tell anybody what happened. And so in the Watts case, they went back months later and obviously did this, 3-hour interview with him at Dodge. And that's like supposedly the final thing is like, did he tell the truth during that? And many people don't believe he even told the truth then. But we didn't get any. So he takes a plea deal, and just like Bryan Kohberger, he takes a plea deal and doesn't have to say anything. And so, like Bill Thompson, the prosecutor for idahofour, in the press conference after, he makes the statement like, well, one, we can't require it. Well, yeah, you can require anything you want as part of the plea deal. You can say, hey, you're going to have to tell us what happened. And he was like, but would anybody believe him? Like, he's like, why would we believe anything that he says? And it's like, well, that's kind of the whole point, is that he has to tell you the truth that matches the evidence that you already have. And that was the same with Watts, like why people think that's not important. And so if he tells you like, hey, I went in through the window of the bathroom and you guys know the bathroom window is fucking locked, that's a big deal. Like why, I don't know why they don't make them at least tell the story of what happened, at least to the district attorney or, to the fucking family. Sorry, cussing a lot, but to the families, like, and say, hey, like this is what happened. This is what I did. Like it should be absolutely mandatory that somebody taking a plea deal has to come forward and confess, and the confession has to match the evidence. It's the same as like vice versa when you walk in, and I use this example a lot. Like if I walk into a police station and say, hey, I just killed my neighbors, like they can't just arrest me and be like, okay, you're charged with murder and all is said and done. They have to actually go investigate it. They can detain me, go investigate it, one, see if my neighbors are even dead, and two, if my story is even plausible. Like that's like, you can't just walk in and confess, like it has to match evidence, right? So why not vice versa? Why wouldn't the confession of somebody who's saying they did it and taking a plea deal have to match the evidence? I just don't get it. It makes me feel like they don't know what happened, and so they can't match their story to it. Because you can tell if somebody's lying based upon the evidence you have against them. If you're about to go into court with your theory of the case, and you're about to go in there and say, this is what Chris Watts did, this is what Bryan Kohberger did, this is what whomever did, that's your theory based on your evidence. His confession should match that. Otherwise, you fucked up.
I mean, I also think that should be mandatory, just in a sense that so we'd have an added little just in case, so that we're not letting people plead guilty to things that they didn't do. And I understand wanting to write it off like, well, he said that he did it. He confessed to doing it, and he's not going to say that he did it if he didn't actually do it. And I'm not saying this applies to Bryan Kohberger, but it does apply in other circumstances. We know people have admitted to crimes they haven't done. There is, even in I think it was Delphi. Wasn't there like some crazy person that was like all over Facebook saying that his dad told him that he's the, like people do go into police stations and say that they've committed crimes that they haven't, especially when they're high profile crimes. So you would think that a part of that would be that you have to, even if it's in private, I guess, like if you're meeting with the police and your attorney or whatever. Well, I don't know why you would need an attorney, but if you're meeting with the police, in jail, and just tell them what happened so they can make sure that what you're saying is true. Like you said, Teresa, if you walk in and you say, I killed my neighbor, they're not just going to be like, okay, well, that's illegal, so now we're going to arrest you and we're going to put you in prison just because you told us you did it, whether it's true or not.
And what I just don't understand is with death penalty cases, same with the Watts case, if you're going to use it as leverage against them, why is it not being used as part of this plea deal? Like they make it seem like it is like, oh, we took the plea deal off the table because, or we took death penalty off the table because they signed the plea deal. It's like, why didn't you just get more information from him and then like take it off it's like, it's not being used as like the tactic and like leverage as it could be. Like you could say like, would you take a plea deal if we removed the DP from it? And they could say, yeah. And then we'd say, well, okay, well then you need to tell us A, B, and C. It's not that hard. Like they're making it seem like keep death penalty around as leverage and negotiations with them and to get the truth, but it's never being used that way, even in states that have it. So I don't understand. And the same thing for Dylan and Bethany as in the Watts case. I'm already seeing happen is, yes, there are people that have been very over the top with their criticism. It's been like on both ends of the spectrum. Some people see absolutely nothing strange about their behavior. Other people are like saying that they're involved on a level that I just don't think. But all these opinions are out there. And what I have to say is it's on, same with District Attorney Rourke in reference to the mistress. It's on the district attorneys in law enforcement to close the opened like questions and stuff like that when it comes to these witnesses that they were going to use at trial, because Kessinger and Dylan and Bethany, they were all witnesses for the state. It's on the district attorney and the prosecutors to make sure that there won't be these speculations and theories and stuff when they close with a plea deal too, which is also imperative on getting these questions answered by the defendant, because it's not just about the families. It's not just about public wanting to know, or, like everyone wants to know the motive, it's not about that. It's about these victims, these witnesses in your case who are tied to this case very, very personally, the mistress in Watts, the roommates in this one. It's on the prosecutors to make sure that you are protecting them then shut down these speculations by playing the whole statement. There's stuff in this body camera footage that I'm like, wait, why are we
not hearing it?
And why are we not showing that? And I'm like, if they think, well, it's to protect them, it's not going to protect them. It's going to cause more speculation, and it's going to cause just more, attacks in a way. And I think that the prosecutor in both cases have gone to the families, have gone to these witnesses, buttered up to them in whatever way, cushied them to whatever, but have given them a false sense of we're protecting you. Because in both cases, I'm already seeing these witnesses, people are just a free-for-all because they've redacted stuff or certain things weren't explained. And it's very closely tied to these witnesses. And now what?
I mean, we saw Dylan's face at sentencing. Why can't we see it in the body cam?
Can't even hear her name. Like, we don't know who she is.
Yeah, they don't even and even in like the reports, they redact out their names. Like, we don't already know who they are.
Yeah. And I feel like there's parts in this that have been just like edited, I'm sure. Like
And
scene changes and stuff like that. And I think that it's more than just they're not going to show the victims' rooms. Obviously, I want to make that also clear that I'm obviously not asking to see the gore.
Right.
But when you walk in and
they release photos that are just blurred.
Yeah.
With more gore than the body cam. In the body cam, they block out the surviving people's bedrooms. Like,
everything.
As a privacy thing, it's weird to me. I don't know.
Yes.
I didn't get it. But I was going to say real quick before you get started on it too is, with Bryan Kohberger, even if he didn't have to tell the story of what happened, there was a very simple thing to prove to people that he was the person, or at least one of the people, if you believe there's more than one involved. He didn't have to tell them where he put the murder weapon. Like, how is that not part of your plea deal?
And Bill Thompson's like, we think he like threw it into the.
Don't think
whatever.
anything.
I don't care what you think.
Well, he
Your
said a lot of
job
that.
for the last almost 3 years was to prove it.
He said a lot of we think or we don't think.
Also, that was another thing that Thompson and Rourke have in common. They have both said, and almost word for word, Teresa, I don't think he'll ever tell us the truth.
Yeah.
Okay, but did you try?
Both of them. And I'm like,
no, they never tried. Well, because of all the lies at the beginning of like, I'm innocent, I didn't do this, something else happened, whatever the story was of whatever happened, so they're like, well, he's never going to tell the truth. So there's obviously a weird thing about that, though, because that's why I said, like, the investigators went back to Watts and had this interview with him literally for no purpose except for to stop people from harassing the district attorney's office about why you didn't find out what happened. But now, like I said, nobody believes that either, because nobody can see the evidence that matches it, because Rourke from the Watts case wouldn't show anything. He wouldn't put his cards on the table. They gave us a 200-page discovery. Like, that's all they ever did in the case. It's just silly.
And something else about protecting the witnesses, like, I think that probably the most appropriate time to have protected the witnesses, but then you didn't, would have been when you had no clue who did this. They were still out there, and you told the entire world in a press conference that there were surviving roommates that were in the house when it happened. I mean, that's
the other thing too, is like, already there were statements that were made, which is something I want to show too. Like, once we hear this little intro of because Law & Crime plays a little intro of Dylan, and then they go into the cop driving in the car. There's just been already, I don't know if it's law enforcement that have stated things differently, but certain statements that have changed in regards to the surviving roommates, what they heard, what they saw already. So it's like, okay, you're not doing these witnesses any favors by misquoting them or have the statements changed. Like, what's going on? Like, now I don't know. Is it misreporting and everyone's getting, it's like telephone? Or is it she really is changing certain things that she stated? Like, I swear, like, I don't know. Eventually, I'm assuming we're going to get their police interviews too.
Well, that's what I was wondering. Like, so we only have the one body cam. Like,
instead of like 5.
Right. Instead of everybody else. Yeah, we don't have the other body cams, which I find weird why they wouldn't just put that out in a batch. And then are we going to get like interviews, like police interviews of these people at a later date, so you can actually see whether they changed their story or not? But I think that it's probably both. I think, and as we watch it, for anybody like in chat that hasn't seen it, as you watch it, you can feel the nerves of the officers. Like they're worked up. And so I think that there's going to be like, this is obviously not something they were expecting, not something that they know how to handle. And I think they just kind of tried to do things, and like, they're all over the place. So I
do think he did a good job, though. I think that this guy,
I agree,
good job for not knowing, like, not ever having done this before.
I definitely agree. I kind of got those same vibes that, like, he was very like erratic and like frantic, but I think that might have a lot to do with what his brain is processing what his eyes saw.
Right.
And it's
Like when he kept saying, dude.
Tries to
dude,
go
like,
with his training, like he tries to like do everything, but you can tell. So I'm like, does he maybe write something down wrong? I think it's very possible.
right.
But I also think her story has changed. I think her story has changed. I don't know what I mean. I tried a lot to like be mostly very compassionate to this whole, you have your fight, your fight or flee or freeze or whatever you want to call what she did during this time. But like hearing how she's acting right now, and then knowing the timeline of all the phone calls and how she was on her phone throughout that night and that morning, I have a lot of struggles with that. And I'm hoping that there's going to be some resolution as time goes by and they do release more stuff, that maybe I will see her story is very consistent. But I don't know. With the 911 call and this body cam right now, and then the fact that we have the list of her calls and her activity on her phone, I'm struggling.
There were some excuses that I made that basically were just negated with this body. Like I was like, oh, so the whole, well, maybe like I didn't really know what was going on. And I just like went in my room and I'm used to seeing people in the house, like all the excuses that I made. It's a party house. They're used to seeing people. Didn't think nothing of it. Went downstairs, thought she was dreaming. Like all of that's negated when you sit here and you listen to her say over and over again. Every time she says something about what she saw or what she heard, she's like, we were so scared. I was so scared. We were so scared. And it's like, okay, well, now I'm having a difficult time understanding why you didn't call the police.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to forget it. I was going to pull up like the news reports from when she first. Remember when that officer from the OJ case spoke out? Why am I like Mark Furman?
Oh God, yeah.
Remember? And he's like,
spoke out about Idaho.
I spoke.
Oh God.
Source. Hold on, I got it from my doc, which is so. Any big case, like we all have been following this since the beginning. Oh, that's a good one too, because this is Dylan's first statement. This is what I'm going to do every time I cover a case. What I did for this documentary, I told the whole investigation through media sources and all that. And now that we've got a plea deal or a trial, I can go back and like, okay, this was Dylan's first statement. It says Idaho stabbing surviving roommates break their silence. I know somewhere Xana and Ethan are together, keeping each other company, watching us and telling us it's okay and that we have each other. Maddie and Kaylee, the inseparable duo, the two best friends that were like sisters. And that was Dylan's first statement. I just want to lay that out there. Also, when I was watching this, my husband was in the office, but he was doing his work on his laptop and he was hearing it in the background. When Dylan, and I'm just laying this out there from somebody's opinion who doesn't follow true crime. He's like, who's that talking? And I was like, oh, that's Dylan. That's one of the surviving roommates. And he was like, she sounds sketchy. And I'm just throwing out people's opinions on this case who are just outsiders. So I'm not saying that reflects my full opinion or whatever. Like I know more about, but I'm just like, it did certain things about it. Like I can't lie to you guys. Like I was just kind of like screaming. You heard screaming? Because that was never stated, which by the way, I'll play this right now.
Yeah, I feel like we're commenting on the body cam stuff and it hasn't happened yet. But like the screaming is one, the putting her downstairs and like people are automatically like, well, she must have just confused her with Xana. She must have just thought that was Kaylee, but really it was Xana. And
do you remember one of the documentaries? I can't remember which one it was at this point. Said that she peeked her head out and told them to be quiet, that she was trying to sleep.
That was some guy who, it was a guy who was like his girlfriend is friends with them or whatever. And he said that they had been spending a lot of time with Dylan and that Dylan told them the story or whatever. There was more things that were said other than just that, but that is one of the things that he said was that like she popped her head out and was like, and like yelled at them to be quiet.
Kaylee, the inseparable duo, the two best friends that were like sisters.
Oddly enough, the Mark Verman from the OJ case came out stating that Kaylee had a stalker. Again, this is the Mark Verman who OJ's defense claimed lacked credibility, but he was also able to gather information from surviving roommates as well.
Yes, that Mark Furman from the O.J. Simpson trial now lives in Idaho.
Her story was they heard partying, they heard noise, but they just, as usual, said, there's partying going on, and they locked the door. I talked to one student, and I agree with this. It was twice removed from the person that said it, Kaylee, but Kaylee 2 months ago complained about a stalker.
Bro, what do you mean you agree with it? What are you talking about, Mark?
Who put him out there?
Who invited him?
Who gave him information to put on some sort of theory or narrative?
It had to be a young kid that doesn't know who Mark Furman actually is. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, you have the girl that she that was in the documentary, the last documentary, the three episode one. Was it 3 or 2 or 2 or 3? I'm watching so many damn documentaries at this point I can't remember. And she says that Kaylee had told her that somebody was like that she thought that somebody was actually like following her around.
Bro, yeah, she thought someone was looking at her through the bushes, and like I don't know, some of the police reports, it seems like there was some like level of either paranoia, because I was like, okay, so you see somebody through the bushes, but like there's a parking lot back there. How do we know that wasn't just somebody that like parked their car and they're standing there?
It wasn't even just that one either, which I don't know. There was that one where Kaylee's parents said in an interview that she told us one day that she thought someone in a car was following her, and then they pulled in somewhere else and she was like, oh, I guess, they're not, or something like that. And then there was that vape store owner, remember? And he was like, yeah, they came in here and they were all like, yeah, there's like some creepy stalker or whatever.
Like, why do you think why do you think you have multiple stalkers?
You must have really, if this is all true, which then the problem is Moscow came out and they said she didn't have a stalker and that we didn't know any. It's just so all over the place. And I'm just like, I was hoping that this body camera footage would kind of clear some air and questions, but it hasn't. So let me play this. And then as soon as he starts driving, we can start chatting again.
Okay.
Pretty much they were in the main room. I heard the dancing and laughing. Kaylee went upstairs and she screamed because someone was in the room and she ran downstairs. And I kept calling her name and she wouldn't answer. And I saw the guy. I actually locked the door and I ran downstairs. We don't know what's going on.
Just come here. There's two. Looks like fatalities.
I heard her scream and she ran downstairs because she saw someone. That's what I'm pretty sure she said. Someone's here, and she screamed and just ran downstairs. And I called for her name, but I jumped up and locked my door because I was so scared. And then I heard someone in the bathroom, and I heard her crying, and I heard some guy say that you're gonna be okay, I'm gonna help you. And I kept calling her name, but she wasn't answering. And then I opened the door for a second, and I saw this guy, and he was not insanely tall, but he was wearing all black and like this mask that was just covering his forehead and his mouth.
Well, get in town. We've got a quadruple homicide.
I felt like in the PCA, it could be wrong, but I just feel like in the first initial stories of Dylan that she looked outside her door like more times than she stated. But
3 times.
Yeah, multiple times. I think that also comes from when they finally do the PCA, but I think it's Payne who says in one of his testimonies throughout the time, he's saying like he was writing the PCA like as things were happening. So it was like going to be prepared whenever they did have an arrest. So he was supposedly writing it like throughout the timing of like the interviews.
So why didn't he so then where did he get these extra times that she looked out the door? She saw nothing. When she looked out the one time, she heard nothing, saw nothing, didn't put anything in there about anybody screaming. Like all of that would have been compelling to kind of show. The whole point of this was to show that was when the crime was happening, right? So you would want to say that someone was screaming and running and crying and I mean, I don't know. She had a lot. Like, she said a lot. And like, that's what I was thinking when she was relaying. I was like, she has a lot of detail and she's like relaying it all very quickly.
Matter of factly, like she remembers it very clearly. So I think that was also interesting to me. And I know, and Amber said this at the beginning of the live, so I know that some people are going to come in and they're going to be like, but she didn't do anything wrong. And there's, she doesn't deserve to be accused of anything sinister and so on and so forth. And yeah, I'm going to lay out my opinion really quick just so that everybody's on the same page with where I am and so you know where I'm coming from. I don't think she partook in anything to do with the homicides. I don't. I think that she made a lot of mistakes, and it could be because she's young, maybe not. I don't know how intelligent she is. I've never had a conversation with her. But her actions do not match what she said. Now, that doesn't mean that I think that she was sinister and that she was doing something to cause this to happen. I don't think that. This is my opinion, not anybody else on the panel or in chat. But that doesn't mean that everything she did was okay and that she was truthful and honest. And I'm going to struggle with that. And I'm going to have comments about how I don't think she was truthful and I don't think she was honest. And that doesn't necessarily mean that I think that she was involved in the killing of her roommates. I just want to make that very clear because I don't believe what she has to say. And you can sum it up however you want, whether you think it's because she's young, dumb, whatever. I don't know whatever your opinion is. But I think that there's absolutely lying here, that she's lying. Why? I don't know.
I would have to say I pretty much agree, like almost 100%. Like, and the only thing that I have to really add to it is something I had already stated. Like, if it gets to the point where people are like, you're re-victimizing her by the speculation, then all I have to say is then you should go to Bill Thompson and ask him why he didn't ask for the things that he should have asked for so that we're not sitting here doing this. Because if these people are there to protect the witnesses, like they're putting that false sense by redacting certain things in this. And maybe they are by redacting certain things, but in the grand scheme, they had the opportunity to get more from BK. They chose not to. So, and people need to realize too, like, I'm in true crime to study like the cases. I'm not in true crime to like tiptoe around the truth. Like, I'm trying to get to the truth. And unfortunately, just like in JonBenet case, another example, I'll study the same case alongside of you guys, and we might not have the same opinion. And people are like, I don't think it's anyone in the family of JonBenet involved. I do.
I do too.
People get very, very upset.
I know. Well, did you cover Kylie Rodney? You covered Kylie Rodney too, didn't you? Yeah, we talked about
how I met Sleuthy.
So you remember her friend Sammy?
Mm-hmm.
And everybody was like, Sammy had something to do with it, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, Sammy doesn't necessarily have to have something to do with it. But I'm going to say the same thing that I said about Sammy Smith. I do not want my children to be friends with people like Dylan Mortensen. I do not want my children to be friends with people like Sammy Smith. So people in chat can get mad at that, but those are not the type of people that I want my children to associate with, be friends with, especially living with, or entrusted to have their back at any given time. Those are not the type of people I want my family, my children surrounded by. You can take offense to it all you want to, but Sammy Smith, Dylan Mortensen, Bethany Funk, those are not people I want my children to ever be friends with.
And also, like, what's so wrong with educating your children in a sense that, like, let's just say her parents never, like, she had no type of education whatsoever, which I just find hard to believe, like, no education whatsoever in what to do when you're in a situation where you're hearing roommates screaming and in the middle of the night, and you're to the point where you're so scared and nobody's answering the phone. She says it over and over again. We were so scared. We were so scared. We were so scared. And she was doing other things on her phone and even left her bedroom to go downstairs and is on Snapchat and Instagram and looking up jobs on Indeed and not calling the police or trying to contact other friends, as far as we know, contact other friends to come over, which me personally, like, I will tell my kid, I don't care who's going to get mad. If it's 4:00 in the morning and you're hearing stuff going on in the house, like, you call the police, period. If they come and there's nothing wrong, then that's whatever. There's nothing wrong, thankfully. But like, don't call your friends to come over where you're putting them in danger. Like, if you think it's dangerous that you don't want to leave your room, don't call your friends over to go come like step into the danger. Call the police. That's literally their job, to step into the danger.
I remember she called her dad too.
Right.
I would like to know what.
And that would have been asked at trial.
Yeah,
you called your father before you called 911. What did you two discuss?
Did he tell you to call 911? Or did he tell you to call your friends?
Right. And that's the whole thing, is like, we have these questions. It doesn't mean that we think that she's involved, like, with the knife and all that. But like, I'm sorry, she walks by Xana laying on her back in her underwear and she keeps going. I'm sorry. It's just like, these are cases
in the floor,
that I want to discuss, and I'm going to discuss them how I want. And like I said, Amber, you might not agree with me on this case. You might agree with me on the next one. It is
Amber,
what it is.
On a regular day, if she'd been drinking and you get up in the middle of the night to go pee and she's laying on the floor, yeah, you might think that she might be passed out on the floor, drunk. But on a night where you're hearing screams and you see a masked intruder and people crying in that general area over by Xana's room, and then all of a sudden you see her on the floor, like, if you take everything into context, it's no longer, I don't see where your brain is like, oh, she must be passed out, drunk.
Right. And
if my friend is passed out drunk, why am I not checking on her?
You should also
at
still
the very
do that.
least, you heard crying. You're not going to go say like, are you okay? You know what I mean? Your roommate was crying. Your friend was crying. I'm not, just ignore the screaming you heard. That's the thing that I don't understand either. Like, what if like she was really upset or something? You know what I mean? Like, unrelated to like a murder happening. Like, you heard crying and you just walked by her, like laying on the floor. And this is the whole thing. Like, don't get mad at the opinions. Get mad at Bill Thompson for not concluding some of these questions.
What do you think about nobody going upstairs?
Oh my God. So
God.
That was the other thing.
And the fact that like in this body cam, she's like, I don't even know if they're here.
Girl, 19 minutes it took for her to say that. For that to come up.
She said, I don't even know if they're here. But yet she just told a whole story about Kaylee being inside the house, running up and down the steps and screaming. And she's like, I don't know if she's here. So you thought she just left and she's still not answering your phone calls?
Why didn't they bring up to anybody at any time on the 911 call, on any of when the cops first got there? Like, our other two roommates are upstairs. Somebody needs to get them.
Yeah.
Well, if you read the reports, in one of them, I remember it reading like they didn't even know that there were people upstairs, that Maddie or Kaylee was upstairs until the vandal alert came out. Oh, maybe it was the whatever, that episode, the things that they put out on the TV, one of those things.
The documentaries?
Yeah, the documentary where they're like, we didn't even know like that they were upstairs until the vandal alert came out and said that there were 4 victims.
Yeah, well, it seems like that information was purposely kept from people finding out.
Bethany said she was upstairs with them before she went downstairs to bed. She was upstairs.
She had a photo of her with Murphy in Kaylee's room.
Yeah.
And that they were discussing possibly getting more food or something in Kaylee's room. And then opted not to. And the other thing too is this whole firecracker and flash of light being heard explains the early rumors that Kaylee was shot. There was like gunshot involved.
Can we talk about the first thing that Bethany says when the police officer approaches her? I mean, we can wait if you want, but did your mouth, like my jaw hit the floor and I was like, did she say what? And then I rewound it like 4 times to see if she
I paused it and I looked at my husband and he's like, that's not the first thing I'd be saying. Like that. Let's just play it because some people might not have. If you've seen this already, press 1 in chat. If you have not seen this, press 2. Let me start it. But I want to know where like we're at with that. But yeah, what did you think about am I going to be able to go home on Thanksgiving?
Why wouldn't you be able to go home on Thanksgiving? Because according to you guys, your friend is just passed out and, unresponsive. Like,
well,
you guys
do you
don't
think you're going to be arrested?
Why would you not be able to go home?
That was kind of what I was saying to my husband. I'm like, it almost sounds like you thought like you'd get in trouble for something. I don't know. Again, this is going to be my second time watching it, so I might feel differently, but that was my first kind of reaction to that comment.
Here I am. I'm over here trying to click on comments. Like, yes.
Where's she at?
Okay, pause it real quick.
Where's she at?
Where is she at?
Because there's a roommate that's unresponsive from the 911 call, which is only one roommate, which is Xana, and that's what they're talking about. So let's talk about who's in this picture right here. Who are these people?
Okay, the one with the pants and the black shirt behind the girl with the peach colored shirt. That's Dylan. I believe the guy in the doorway is Hunter.
That's Hunter.
Who's the guy all the way to the right?
Who's the guy all the way to the right?
Is he the guy in the back of the cop car later?
No,
I thought that was
that's
Hunter.
Jack.
Oh, that's Jack D.
Jack D is in the back of the cop car later, and he has shorts on, I believe.
Okay, yes. I thought
I also have
a lot of
commentary on, which I think is
going around about who that was, but yeah, I think Reddit and everyone kind of concluded that was Kaylee's boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, whatever you want to call it.
This isn't, not this guy here.
No, the guy in the back of the cop car.
Yeah, so who's this?
Right. Who's the guy in the khakis, right?
Yeah.
Jack D walks up later. You can see him walk up, and then Dylan like starts telling him all these things.
Yeah. Yeah, but who's this guy right here with the pants, with the khaki pants on?
I don't know. I'll have to look at the reports.
So then you have Emily and you have Josie.
Josie, yep.
Because Bethany's not out here, I don't think, right?
So where's Bethany?
I think Bethany's in her room.
In a room.
I think this is why I'm asking, because I don't know for sure. I've only watched it one time prior to this.
Again, so we don't know because they blur out the rooms even of the witnesses. And so when you walk in this door, which I wanted to do is pull up I have like the layout of the house from like Zillow or something. But when you walk through this door, you're right at Bethany in that other like storage room or whatever, and they blur it out.
Right. They're saying Bethany is across the street right now, supposedly.
Did we see her when he pulled up then?
Let me rewind a little bit. Not sure. Happens.
We're not 4 minutes and 38. No, we're not. They said the timestamp is 4 minutes 38 seconds.
For what?
That you see Bethany. So maybe when he walks, like he might walk in and walk right back out.
Where's she at? Yep. Where's she at? Where's she at?
Yes.
This is for sure Hunter.
Yeah.
Where at? Up here? Up here. Up here. You got it.
Okay, see right there. So I'm seeing this get brought up a ton. There's no knife on that table when they walk through here the first time.
Yeah.
The table also gets moved multiple times.
And another thing I noticed immediately, how bright everything is.
I noticed that and how cluttered.
It's daytime, but think about that neon sign right there, the Christmas lights. Like when we're talking about Dylan's eyewitness like account, It was pretty clear, it seems to me. Like, it wasn't like what I always pictured in my head and what the documentaries always portrayed it as was it was pitch black. You're kind of looking out. Like, pretty much when I shut my house down at night, like, it's dark. Like, I leave that little light on my stove, and that's pretty much
Oh,
it.
mine leave on too. That's so funny.
Me too. That
Who
must be a
in cat
mom
leaves
thing.
light
but,
on the stove?
but like they have to, because one of the things that, and I'm not a college kid right now, so obviously my thinking is different, but like this place is so cluttered. Like they're literally turning sideways to squeeze in certain places. Like there's nowhere near the freedom of movement around this house that I thought there was for some kind of intruder that's never been. Like there's obstacles everywhere. Even this table, they have to like squeeze past the table. It's directly in the doorway where this guy's path was.
Right.
Yeah. I know. But the knife thing, I was thinking, like, did they tell, when did it get picked up? Like,
he said in the reports that he grabbed a knife. So he said that he saw,
Hunter does.
Yes, Hunter like saw Xana, realized what was going on, went and I guess asked for a knife, was directed to a knife in the kitchen, grabbed the knife, and then went. So like one reason it could not be on here perhaps is that he like maybe had it in his pocket or something, his hoodie pocket, and didn't think to say anything.
Right.
And then at some point like thought to say something and then set it down on the table.
Yeah, once he finds out they're stabbing victims, he's like,
right.
Oh. See, that's the whole thing. If
Well, the cop wouldn't let him be walking around with a weapon either, so they're probably like, you need to put that down.
Yeah. And that and also like obviously he's not at all involved, but people are like bringing him up with this, like, why did this happen this way? Like the knife's not there. And so it's like another example of like these questions would have been laid out in the trial. Like when you got there, Hunter, what was like, it would have gone through his statement. It would have matched, because I don't think he's involved, obviously. But now that there is no trial, it's like another thing where people are like, that's weird. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, and here's the other thing with the knife is like, if I'm going to grab a knife, so I see that Xana is dead and I grab a knife because I'm not sure like if the perpetrator's still here, if there's still a danger. So my purpose in grabbing the knife would be to like look around, see if the person's still there. But like he doesn't go upstairs.
Well, here's the thing. So remember, there's a footprint in front of Dylan's door. That's I'm not gonna remember what kind of shoe it was. Was it a Converse or a Vans?
I believe they said it matched like a Vans type of pattern,
like a size 10 or something like that. Well, so I was like, okay, so Hunter's the only one that supposedly goes in this room where there's blood, right? It was a latent footprint. It was Vans. Okay, thank you guys. He has on like slippers.
Right.
And did you guys see the footprints in the snow in the back?
Yeah.
And I'm
and
like,
Dylan has no
Kohberger,
shoes on.
that's stupid. Like, are those Kohberger's footprints?
No idea.
And that's the other thing. It's like, now, is that ever going to get answered? Because there's already people that are like, whose footprints were, like, even myself, like, whose did those, was it somebody? I don't know. I just really hope we get more answers than it seems like. This body cam just left me with more questions, basically.
They definitely gave a brand. Somebody in chat said they never gave a brand. They definitely gave a brand.
They said that the pattern was like checkered, like Vans.
At first in the PCA, there was no brand given. And then I think in court proceedings or something, it was like compared to a type of sneaker. And then it came out later, I think. It was not stated right away, the type of brand. I don't think. But then it did come out at some point.
I'm going to look right now.
And I checked this user for you.
Okay, so I have to pause it because I'm trying to hear Hunter and his statements are being redacted. And it's like, why? He's like, I checked to see if she was breathing and she wasn't. And then all of a sudden, like, his audio cuts out.
It makes no sense.
And even later on, when the officers approach the paramedic and all their whole conversation's muted. I'm like, wait a minute. Like, when an officer is just meeting with a paramedic, like, they're just giving them the facts. Like, why is this being muted? Did anyone else find that weird?
Yeah. And I'm assuming that the police are the ones that redacted this stuff, all of this, and it's not Long Crime redacting anything.
I was thinking the same thing, because I don't think Long Crime like never redacts stuff, like, if they don't have to.
And I didn't check them yet, but I'm 13.
Okay, I have an answer for us. So the PCA says, during the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team by first using a presumptive blood test and then amino black, a protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern, and then in parentheses, similar to the pattern of a Vans-type shoe sole, just outside the door of Dylan's bedroom, located on second floor. This is consistent with Dylan's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel.
Okay. So it did come out. Thank you for checking that. I've already seen people say that since that was shown in the second, which was stated very early on. You guys remember, people were like, well, it said the second processing that, and they used all that chemicals to make the footprint appear. So that means somebody cleaned it. And I've already seen people say that they used luminol in the kitchen. I haven't gone through the documents like thoroughly. I've just heard people reporting on it here and there. And I plan to, like, on here, like, meticulously go through each page. But if it's true that they used chemical process to get these footprints, does that mean that they were cleaned?
I mean, if it was latent, that means they couldn't see it. And I don't know how, does it say partial? No, it doesn't even say partial. It just says, it basically says the whole ass print, the whole shoe print. So I don't know how you would pick up a whole shoe's worth of blood.
I don't know.
And I'll tell you, I did this research and it was very interesting. There are some like fertilizers, dirt that you can use like in your garden. And anyway, there was a study, I know I posted it and I'm sure I can find it in my Google Drive. There was a study that was done where whatever ingredient, it's like pig something, maybe it's pig blood, I don't know, is used in this fertilizer or whatever. And if you walk through that dirt, and then you bring it into a house, it will come up as blood because it's detecting protein, not necessarily like blood, like human blood. That's not really what it's testing.
I don't know. I'm going to have to go through and see exactly what it states, because it almost makes it seem like no one saw the shoe print outside her bedroom. Like, I mean, that basically is what it's saying. So why is it not there?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I can't see you stepping in it. Like, for your whole shoe print to show up, meaning the blood was all over all of the shoe, the entire bottom of the shoe. If you're stepping in that much blood, I don't see how you're walking and you're not leaving actual bloody footprints, unless you did and you wiped it.
And now I need to know, what direction was that footprint facing? Like, was the toe part facing her door?
I want to know why it's only one shoe.
Right. Like, and again, like all these little things would have been also laid out. Like, they would have set that, maybe shown a picture of like things, you know?
And what foot? The right foot or left foot?
Exactly.
Okay, do it.
It doesn't even say a size.
I don't know if we're still in here or not.
Like, it doesn't even just a size. No, it doesn't suggest that it's a man or a woman's. It doesn't say what size it is. None of that stuff.
Well, there's somewhere I'm thinking that it says something about it being like a size 10. That's just in my brain. I have no source that I can tell you. I just remember that.
Yeah, how that is weird. Even in this body cam, like I haven't seen any evidence of like even a cop saying like, "Don't step there. There's a blood trail."
Like from the knife, or from his clothes, or from his shoes, or from anything.
And Mars says she remembers being a size 13. I don't know. I'm gonna have to go dig for it and see where I came up with that. I don't remember.
Yeah, you guys know how I feel about that.
Well, my brain has like its own filing system. I can't help you. It's not an Excel spreadsheet with sources documented.
It's literally why I started the spreadsheet, because I was tired of people saying, I know I saw this somewhere. I remembered reading this somewhere.
Right.
You need to have like every document in one PDF where you can just go in and like Control F and find it in any document that you have.
Or word search.
That's what I need.
I don't like to track those. Like I don't like to. I mean, I keep like a record of them, but I don't put them in those documents. Like I don't put it in my Google sheet when I'm reading something on like 4chan.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
No. This is from a document because I don't read anything on this case. I only read documents from this case.
Speaking of 4chan, do you guys remember early on something going around from 4chan, and I'm not saying it was true or not, that had something about intestines and stuff?
Yeah, like on the fan, the ceiling fans.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was looking for that the other day, and I was like, oh my God, I really hope that was not one of the things that like came out to be like true.
So far, I didn't read anything that would suggest, like in the report. I mean, you can't see obviously in this, but I didn't see anything in the report. But again, so much stuff is redacted. Like, who knows?
And that's the problem.
I haven't gone through everything. I haven't had the time to go through everything that they've dropped to see what is and isn't in there yet.
Right. Same.
Like 1370.
I did want to note right after the officer talked to Hunter right there, he was after the whole conversation that was half muted about feeling for a pulse and she didn't have one, his like heavy sigh, like instantly, he was just like, like, it was just like, I don't know. I really feel for this officer.
I do
like,
too.
Because it was like, you could tell that like Hunter was like trying to almost like brace himself like a little bit, like as they're walking upstairs, he was trying to like convey like quickly like what he was about to walk in on, because he was like, you got to come see, you know what I mean? But I don't think that officer, I think he probably showed up thinking that it was like an OD or something.
I think so too. Somebody drank too much, somebody took something they shouldn't have. He was going to go in there and he was going to have to Narcan him, and that was going to be it.
And it's one thing to roll up on somebody like who's dead that way than somebody who's got, you know,
oh my God, for
15 plus wounds on her, Xana had.
Well, so you have to figure he went from one victim of what he thought was probably something as simple as, like you just said, like an overdose, right? To then walking into find that one victim did not overdose and was, you know, she had the wounds that we've read she had. Then finding another victim with similar wounds inside the same room, then walking around the house and finding two more looking the way that they say that, like when they said that one of the reports, I don't know if it was him or not, was like I was standing there looking, but like I couldn't even process like what I was seeing. And this guy, I felt bad. And like when he went up the steps and then again was like, oh, he's like, dude, or whatever he said.
Well, I think he's cussing a lot. He's just like, fuck. Like, because they mute all that out too, but you can almost tell it's just like, holy shit.
Like, you've got to be kidding. Like,
how do you prepare yourself?
You don't.
To see that unless you're in combat.
I think he handled it well in the sense that
I did.
He didn't throw up.
Like, an unresponsive young lady, and this is what you Do we hear Hunter say anything about Ethan?
About what?
About Ethan, because we in that little clip he's talking,
No, but they redact him.
Cut it out. Yeah, they cut it out. But I'm wondering if he says anything about Ethan right there. Like, does he even know Ethan is there?
I believe in the report or something said that he checked for a pulse on both of them.
You have to supplement with the reports, but then when they talk to him again, he says he didn't check for his pulse. So, and I think probably what would be most accurate is whatever he says here in this body cam. So like, it would have been really helpful to not have redacted that. Like if he said here, I checked or I didn't check, then I would probably be going with that.
See, I only heard him talk about he checked her pulse, checked for a pulse. And I don't know, I guess I just thought the way it was said, I think it was hers.
And he was under blankets, correct me if I'm wrong. So maybe no one saw him there. Is that possible? No, because the blankets were like covering his lap or something like that. It said, or I don't think
it wasn't like covering. Like that would have been a whole different level of suspicion that I would have had. I mean, I would have had a big problem if all these kids would have been covered with their blankets. Because I think you guys know like the idea behind that whole thing.
Huh. Maybe it was just because people are saying that he only checked Xana's. Stacy told Banfield Hunter checked Ethan's pulse.
Oh, well, fuck that lady.
Oh,
by that, I mean Banfield. I mean, she literally...
I knew who you meant. But I knew it wasn't going to come out like that.
If Stacy is... If the Stacy we're talking about is Stacy Chapin, the lady that makes me cry every time I hear her talk, obviously I don't mean her. But Banfield, man...
Well... I have to laugh because other channels, I literally popped into a channel the other day and they were talking trash about the Chapins and I was like, oh my God.
Dude, I love the Chapins.
Yeah.
I've seen it all. I've literally seen it all in this case, like from every angle. So it wouldn't have shocked me. Like,
I knew she meant Banfield though.
Yeah. Ashley is like,
she's a hot mess, dude. I watched her come absolutely unglued on Twitter one time talking about trolls. And I was like, she is showing her whole ass right now. This is supposed to be a professional lady.
She's not. I don't trust her reporting.
Me either.
That's all I can say. I got a whole reason
I'll tell you
why.
When I stopped trusting her. This is Amber. This is when I stopped trusting her. When I started realizing, because I chronicle all the things. I don't put it all inside my spreadsheet, but I chronicle it all. So when I heard her reporting on things and I'm like, this sounds so familiar. And then I went back and found it written word for word by some random anonymous person on Reddit. I was like, one time I'm like, oh, okay, that's really weird. Like maybe somebody called in and told her that, but like, you should probably check your sources. But then people were writing things and like, that night, like people were writing these things, this speculation on Reddit, and then that night it was being reported on News Nation. I thought, oh, you know what? I almost did a test where I put something absolutely outrageous on Reddit just to see if it'd show up on News Nation.
There was stuff in this case, this Idaho case that Ashley Banfield reported on that came out to just not be true at all. Like absolutely not true. But during the time when this was really like all over the place, she had like a video on this like 3 times in one day, and half of it came to be not true. And I'm just like, dude, you're and it was her sources close to the investigation.
I think she wants to be Nancy Grace.
Oh, I don't fucking like her either.
And when she reported,
my arch nemesis,
when she worked for HLN, she was like kind of one of the only news stations that were kind of questioning Nicole Kessinger's involvement in the Watts case. And then in April this year, 2025, I watched a Ashley Banfield like report on Watts looking for a wife soon. And she was defending Nicole Kessinger. And I was like, whoa. This is like a whole 180 from when you followed this live. And I'm like, screw this girl. Like,
She's a paid actor. She's a paid actor.
Yeah, literally.
Okay, stay back there, please.
What door did he just shut?
Xana's.
Yeah, they haven't gone upstairs yet, right?
No.
So did he shut Xana's door?
Them to go, yeah, he also tells the other officer tells him to close Maddie's door too. Which I don't know why. Like, don't fucking touch it if you don't need to.
Right. Leave
I
everything.
mean, you get
as
everyone
is.
out of the house and you leave everything as it is.
Exactly. That's troubling too. And again, I'm still wondering why these rooms that don't have any of the victims in it are like not being shown. Even the bathrooms don't really get shown.
Well, that's because they're just putting up these huge big black blocks and it's just blocking everything.
Right. Convenient.
Slow down. Just come here.
You don't have to hurry.
So right there, he says, slow down. And the guy looks down at the floor. It's not like anyone said like, oh shit, there's blood. So I'm confused there.
Because why is he slowing down?
Because he's in a hurry to get up there to help save somebody. And he's slow down. There's two here. It's not.
Maybe somebody's behind him.
I'm just wondering why there's no blood
down there. There's another cop at the bottom of the stairs.
So he was probably just looking at him like to slow down too. Like I know we're running up the steps, but I'm slowing down. So like, don't run into the back of me kind of thing.
Yeah, the layout of the house was so strange. It was like one of those houses that they kept adding additions onto because it's like they need the most students they can fit into it. But I don't know. It's like, how is BK getting from the room 50 plus stab wounds and all these rooms to rooms without blood like being trailed?
I don't know, but it sounds like with what Dylan said, that what I always thought probably happened was that Xana saw him. I don't know if she was going up the stairs or, well, according to Dylan, it sounds as though she did go up the stairs and she saw someone there and then went and ran back down the stairs. And I must have ran to her bedroom, I guess. You know what's weird is that it seems as though Ethan didn't wake up. Like he didn't hear any of this.
And honestly, I've had exes and even my husband where like there's like an alarm going off or something and I'm like, hello, like shaking. They don't wake up. But what is strange to me is that this is why I think like maybe she was just bringing her DoorDash stuff to like the kitchen or whatever and heard something. Because it was like if I'm laying in my room or just eating in my room hanging out and I hear something like that, like I'm either waking my boyfriend up, like shaking him, or I'm like getting up and like shutting my door, locking it, and then trying to wake him. I don't know. It was just like weird to me that like she, and again, hindsight's 2020, like went outside her room by herself. It's just sad.
I think Xana went out and got her food and was in the kitchen or in that downstairs area with getting her food. She heard somebody upstairs. And so she thought, oh, well, shit, like the girls are still awake. Let me go up and talk to them while I eat my food because Ethan's passed out. She goes upstairs, realizes somebody's in the house, and then comes back down the stairs and like somebody's here.
Oh, that could be Teresa, but you'd think she'd like drop the food somewhere in the stairwell.
The other thing I don't understand either is, which you would see if we went through like the layout, like with the Zillow, which we'll have to do another stream. But when you go down the stairs, you go past the kitchen to like get to her room area. So why didn't she just run out the sliding door?
Right. And leave.
Well, I think she runs to Ethan. I think she's running to get Ethan. Yeah. And then she's attacked.
Right.
But is she not screaming his name? That's the other. So like,
I think she is screaming. I think that's what Dylan's hearing when she's saying somebody's here, and like she's running to get Ethan to like help her because somebody's in the house.
Okay, so let me ask you this. 2 questions. First question should be pretty quick, probably, and I don't know. But first question is, we have that camera at 1112 that's picking up like a thump and crying and like voices. Why didn't it pick up screaming?
Well, I don't think it's screaming like, ah!
I didn't go through it like, as close as other people, but other people have done live streams with the 911 or whatever and turned up certain things and been like, I hear screaming here. So I don't know.
Okay. And then my other question is, so Dylan, so we know that she was awake, right? She heard what she thought was like Kaylee going up the steps or whatever. She makes a comment about how she hears everything because the stairwell, and I always said this, the stairwell literally shares, first of all, that house, you can hear every single creak, every step. It's all hardwood floors. You can hear literally everybody trampling through the house and it echoes. And we knew that from the TikToks, right? When this happened. And her bedroom wall shares a wall with this enclosed wooden staircase. And so she even makes a comment that she could hear everything because she shares that wall. I haven't seen anywhere where she's mentioned either in the reports or in this body cam where at any point she heard somebody going up the steps prior to when she heard what she thought was Kaylee going up the steps, because she would have, I would assumed, heard Kohberger walking up the steps.
Yeah.
You're not gonna tell me he's not stealthy enough to not make a single sound going up the steps.
And that house is
she could have thought it was the
thrown
girls.
together. You know, those steps creaked like crazy.
Yeah. But she never says that it's the girls. Like, as far as she knows, the first set of like foot that she hear go up the steps is Kaylee and the dog. But now we're thinking it's Xana.
Well, I think she could have easily heard both. I think she could have heard all of that with the dog going out. You had the girls going up and down. We know that Bethany went upstairs to take she has that photo with Murphy in Kaylee's room. And then she obviously comes back downstairs. And then you have, BK going up the stairs. And then you have Xana potentially going up the stairs and coming back down. I mean, I don't know how much she would have even thought about it with the fact that obviously if she does hear people going up and down stairs and it's consistent that the house is just creaky, that she would even think like to remember how many times somebody went up and down stairs. You know what I mean? Like, I just remember I heard somebody going up the stairs, or I heard somebody running down the stairs, or but I think that Xana sees him, and I think that's who's saying like somebody's here.
Yeah.
And then I think he chases her back to her room.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Her saying that the whole Kaylee thing is like, I don't think so. Knowing that Kaylee was like tucked in the corner of the bed.
Or my original theory, which was that he went in and went directly to Xana's room first.
Yeah, and where's that coming from? That makes no sense in any theory of the crime that Xana went first. So where is somebody? I keep hearing that now that these documents are coming out, but I haven't seen anything. Like I said, I have not read all of them.
My always theory was that if what Dylan said was right, because Dylan said, because I was like, why is Payne changing what she's saying? If she's saying that she heard Kaylee, why are we saying, oh, it must have been Xana? Maybe it was Kaylee. Why would we think that she doesn't know her roommates' voices? That was always my thought. So I was like, maybe what Dylan is saying is true. And she did hear Kaylee say, there's someone here, and being on the steps. Maybe that was Kaylee. And in my original and always theory was that when he came in, he attacked Xana and Ethan. And then as he's coming out, perhaps Kaylee was like coming down the steps and he saw her and chased her up the steps. And then she ran, because when she went up the step, let's say, if she's running from somebody, it's entirely plausible that she would not run into her empty bedroom and instead run into the bedroom with her friend in it.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it came out from one of the police officers on the case. I can't remember, but I think that they said that they knew through investigations that it happened upstairs first.
But they don't know that.
They would from the blood.
But they don't, because they even said in the thing that they have no idea like what the order of the victims were. They have no clue.
Ridiculous to me. There's no doubt in my mind that they would know whether the two victims upstairs were first or the two victims downstairs.
Here's a crazy idea. Ask Bryan before you give him the plea deal.
Yeah.
And also, not for nothing, but if my theory were correct, and then he came back downstairs, it could have been entirely possible that Xana was still alive and struggling. And I hated to be morbid about it, but perhaps it's okay, I'm here to help you, or I'm going to help you, never made any sense unless it was in the context to me of the kid's still somewhat alive. And in a sense, like if you like shoot a deer and you wound it and then you have to like actually kill it because you don't want it to lay there and suffer kind of thing.
Oh, right.
I mean, I hate to say that, but like,
I don't think Bryan's that type.
Well, I don't either. And I also, I mean, I don't know him, but I also don't think if I say to a deer that I've just wounded that I'm going to help it, like that's because I don't want it to suffer. Like I wanted to use it for food and I appreciate it. And so therefore I'm not going to make it suffer. Like that's never happened to me. I've seen it happen to other people, but like when I hunt, I make sure that like if I can't, I don't mean to be like, again, I don't mean to be morbid, but like if I can't put a deer down in one shot, like where it has no idea it's been shot and doesn't know what's going on, then I wouldn't hunt. Cause they're not like, I don't want to scare them. And so like people that hunt bears, like I'm not going to run a bear up a tree and scare it half to death just to shoot it out of a tree. That seems really, cruel to me. I don't like that. So, but in this instance, it doesn't necessarily have to be like, I feel pity for you, I don't want you to suffer. It could be like, I'm God and I'm going to help you go the way that I said that you were going to, kind of thing, if that makes sense. I mean, we could, again, if we could have heard from him, it would have made much more sense, obviously, and would have been better because I wasn't there, but.
Or even like from a trial aspect, somewhere there would have been an expert or somebody close to the investigation who would have been asked, what order do you believe this went in? What was the pathway that he took, do you believe? And what evidence leads you to think that blah, blah, blah. But again, here we are going around in circles without the trial, wondering something so simple as what order. I personally think that this case has like a sexual undertone to it, even though Bill Thompson has come out saying that it doesn't and that this wasn't a sexually motivated crime. I think that he initially intended to essay Maddie, or I don't know. I think that there's more to this on a sexual aspect than they want us to believe. And the fact that prosecutor Thompson has come out like denying that blatantly, like makes me think it even more. And small town girl, this is what I think when Steve meant. So if you listen to the full context of Steve saying that BK didn't need to go upstairs, he's referring to the fact that he said in the media before suspect was arrested that he believed it was a male who committed the crime because it didn't come out what sex the defendant or the perpetrator was at that moment. So he said on Fox or one of his interviews that and then he got reprimanded behind the scenes from whoever who were telling him that he's leaking information and he needs to like tone it down with things that he's saying in interviews. And so he came out again to explain things. And he said, I think that we can say that it's a male at this point because we're that far in the investigation. When I said that he didn't need to go upstairs, if this crime was supposed to be like just about a kill, he could have done it right on the level of the floor that he entered and exited from. So when Steve said he didn't have to go upstairs, I think he's saying that he went upstairs because his target was upstairs. So that's the whole aspect was who was the target? Who was the target? I'm sorry, what?
Well, and also I think it's his kid. And so, and he also had a position in terms of like Kaylee's wounds and how they were different. And so again, he's just spinning his wheels just like we are, except his are more emotional wheels because that's his kid. And so, but yeah, he wouldn't have a reason to go upstairs unless someone from upstairs saw him and went upstairs or like led him upstairs. Like that could be another reason to go upstairs. It doesn't necessarily have to be like I always said, I was like a lone wolf that was like, I don't know, man. I don't disagree with you, Amber, that it could have been sexual in some type of nature. But even then, I still always thought there was a possibility Ethan was the target. I think that was really a slept on discussion that the kid that lives, you know, and is usually around like a bunch of boys goes and
a lot
spends the
of
night
people
at
just overlook even Ethan as a victim in general because there's so much theories and questions involving 4 of these victims that he kind of gets lost in the shuffle. And I don't mean that as like we should theorize more about him. That's not what I'm saying. I just mean that without the answers we would have got through trial or with an elocution from Kohberger for this plea deal, this is what's happening. And it's unfortunate, I think.
So
one of my Lacey, we don't know
what Teresa.
I was gonna say one of my theories has always been that I think that Murphy alerted Kaylee from her room that something was happening, and so Kaylee left. And so, like, if Kaylee's running down the stairs and coming back up, and he's chasing her back up, I mean, I could understand that. But somebody in chat mentioned that one of the first dumps after the gag order stated that Kaylee was in Maddie's bed under the covers. I have not read that myself yet, so I don't know what document. That would completely change, one, my theory that I think she went in there later, and 2, it would make it so that she was not the one running up and down the stairs. I mean, like I said, I haven't read all the documents, so I don't know where that specifically is, but that's an interesting thing because if she is under the covers with Maddie, then there is no Kaylee running up and seeing him and any of that stuff and him chasing her upstairs. She's like not running into Maddie's room and jumping under the covers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. I don't think
they
anybody
also
was
said in the documents that Kaylee's room had like the covers pulled back and that it looked like she was somebody was in there or slept in there, whatever. So that always kind of leaned me towards the theory, like you said, T, that like she heard something and like went in there.
Right, because her bed isn't made.
Everyone said that she was sitting up in the corner of the bed. Like, I guess that could still happen if she was first in her bedroom.
Well, Steve said that that was the thought based on patterns. Like, you have to also remember we're missing a lot of stuff. Like, we're missing a lot of, like, we don't have like pattern analysis. We don't have any of that stuff. So we don't even really know, like, well, I see people saying, where's all the blood? Where's all the blood? And it's like, well, there's a ton of blood. Number one, in the pictures, there's a ton of blood. Number 2, it's like, well, we never got to hear like the full analysis of all the blood. So someone who could have explained to us, someone that could have explained to us all of the things isn't there now. And I don't think that Kaylee was under blankets. Remember when they walked in, they could tell, it was visible that both girls had stab wounds all over their chest and stuff. So they were visible.
Yeah, I guess I haven't read all the documents yet, so I'm going to go back and see like what that actually means. Because like I said, that would be my entire theory of what I think happened.
Well,
right.
Like Kaylee, for example,
had the documents, like, because I want to be able to know things that we can actually just rule out and make sense of with this, since we're not getting the trial or anything from BK, like for the plea deal. So that's just what we're going to end up doing. But let's get past this.
We have not made it.
It's been like 2 minutes. We're in 2 minutes.
Sorry. Okay, we're going to stop talking for a hot minute.
Looks like fatalities. Dude.
There's the knife.
So now the knife's there, and all that was blacked out, and he's saying, "Dude, like, do you think that it has to do with like blood trails?
Just
That
like
they're hiding?
how bad it is.
Yeah, I think it's just what he saw because he says when he goes upstairs too, it's just like his.
But I
shock.
mean, like the screen was just black there for like ever as he's walking.
So I think that people are talking about like the lack of blood in comments. I think there's a couple
picture
things.
like of Xana's room with a table that's covered in blood,
and the floor is covered in blood where she was at.
Outside of the house.
Ethan is in a bed, and so he is obviously the majority of his blood is going to be soaked into the mattress underneath him, which we do see some blood when they're taking the mattresses out of the house. You do see blood on the mattresses. Also, there's a lot of I'm not trying to be grotesque here or like gory, but a lot of the blood from Ethan is also on the other side of Xana's bed, which is now running down the outside of the house. And then you have the two girls upstairs who are both on the bed. Same concept. A lot of it's going to be absorbed into the mattress and onto them, which we're not seeing them. But there is a lot of spray, a lot of blood spatter from the repeated stab wounds. You're seeing that on the walls. That's because that's very common with multiple stab wounds.
Right.
Yeah, we're not going to see the gory, all the blood on the mattress underneath the body.
Right. And it makes sense. I mean, if most of them are in the bed, so just think about a sponge.
We don't know what he's doing with the knife from room to room. Is he wiping the blood on his own clothes because he knows he's about to dispose of them all? So is he wiping the knife off? So that's tough.
And that's the thing is that they would have had like people to question and be like, so what his path of travel, like what evidence do you have that he took this path in the house and all, and it's like, now we just kind of have to rely on the information that we have to piece together everything in those like I'm almost thinking sort of like a sleuthy spreadsheet needs to be made where it's like everything in relation in all these files, because we have Idaho and we have Moscow or Pullman too. So it's like everything related to blood needs to be like in one section, and then we can compare all the statements and get like a better visual of like the scene, I think.
All right. Okay. Nobody's allowed to leave for now. Okay. Just stay here for me, please.
So is that Bethany right there?
I think so. And I seen Dylan holding, I think, Josie's hand. Wait, where's Bethany? On the right? Behind?
Okay.
I think that's Emily.
Nobody's allowed.
Oh, wait.
That's either Josie or Emily.
And who did we determine the guy in the khaki pants is there on the left?
No idea. I have no idea who it is.
And then who's that straight ahead in the black with their hands over their face, their mouth or whatever? You see straight ahead?
That's why I'm asking, is that Bethany? I think that's Bethany.
Why is she all the way over there?
I think she's on the phone.
Oh. Okay.
To leave for now. Okay. Just stay here for me, please.
One of the girls is Josie. One of the girls over there was Dylan, and the other girl is Emily. So we know the three girls. The only one I don't know is the guy in the khaki pants. And then you also have. I said Josie.
Oh, I thought you said Dylan and Emily.
I did. I said Josie, Dylan, and Emily are the girls that are over there. Bethany's out here in the street. In the blue shorts is either Josie or Emily. I can't tell by the shorts. I don't know which one is which.
And then Hunter's in khaki shorts.
Right, with like slippers on.
And Jack D hasn't walked a step yet.
No.
Jack hasn't walked up yet, you said, right?
Right.
Yeah, he will. And then Dylan starts spouting out like all the things to him.
Just listening to this guy's like heavy breathing. It's like,
yeah. Damn. I feel bad for him. But he did really well.
I totally agree.
Like, I don't think I could have handled it that well.
Right.
And I think we're all just super critical about like first responders and stuff, like from cases that we go through. So for us to kind of agree that like, yeah, we kind of all think like this guy was kind of on top of it. Like I'm happy about that at least.
You could tell he's flustered, but he's like trying to let his training kick in. Like, I need to do this. I need to do that. Like, get out of my own head and get the shit done that I need to do. Because you could tell he is extremely overwhelmed by what he saw.
And of course, I was happy that he said nobody's leaving, you know. And then at one point in a little bit, he kind of like breaks up like the people. Like Dylan tries to talk to Bethany, like when she's in her like little interview with him, and he's like, he wants to make sure that they're all separated because you know that would also be brought up in a trial too. Like, so wait, all the witnesses were together talking about stuff. You didn't separate them when you questioned them. So I was happy that like he did seem to like try to make sure that that was taking place, that they were separated when he was trying to get statements.
Do you know the... Okay. Here.
See, now you have more people showing up.
Yeah. Were they trying to alert him to the other girls? And he was like, hey, because like he already knows. I don't know. I thought it's hard to make out. And I want to like turn up like the audio like myself through iMovie, but I don't even know if it's worth all the work.
I'm gonna look at the reports because like who are these people?
Right.
Yeah, I don't remember. Well, doesn't that one in the documentary that said she lived over here in the other apartment, doesn't she say she was looking out the window and came over?
And doesn't Ethan's like brother and them show up too at some point?
Later. So Hunter Chapin shows up in the pink sweatshirt and then Maisie shows up in blue. So right here, I think is Bethany in the pants.
Okay.
I don't know, because in the body cam, I miss where...
Because they're saying that the guy in the khakis is Josie's boyfriend. So it would make sense. And then Emily would probably be the one in the blue shorts.
Okay, I'm going to rewind it just a couple seconds because I swear like people are trying to... Because we all wondered earlier why it took Dylan like 19 minutes into this footage to mention Kaylee and Maddie. And I'm just curious if these girls were trying to say something. They might not have been saying anything, or I might not be able to make it out, but hold on.
Okay. Here. Can you guys...
I swear all I could hear was girls upstairs. I don't know.
I didn't even hear that.
I don't even know. I'm just wondering why no one's saying anything, because everything right now is just about Xana, a female passed out on the floor, is what the cops were told at this point from everyone here.
Right. I don't know if Bethany changed clothes. We never saw Bethany. Bethany is in the black pants right here with the blue shirt on. And like sandals on, I think.
And she was standing straight ahead, right, when the cop came out.
Yeah.
And now she's walking over, and she's on the phone.
Now somebody else came with her.
Okay.
Dumpster for me, please.
I think Dylan doesn't have anything on her feet. I think she's barefoot.
Yeah.
Dylan's barefoot.
Okay, let's clear it. Thanks for...
Oh, poor Hunter.
Wow. Was he like vomiting there or just kind of catching his breath?
I don't know. I couldn't tell, but my first instinct was he was either going to throw up or he was struggling with like understanding, like I think finally grasping what was happening. Yeah. I don't know, man. That's talk about trauma.
I know it. I think the guy, the car that he just got all this tape out of, I think he has his lights on, because at some point he says, "Let me turn these lights off."
And all the EMTs,
right before he talks to
EMTs
Dylan,
will show up. They just don't show up yet, and then he walks out and tells them all like, "You're not needed."
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Now they're going to go through and clear the house.
I'll just start down here.
I think that one cop was just saying, like, I see you want me to come in and clear the house with you. Because somebody was like, what is that cop saying? I think he was like, I see you, I'll be right there to help you clear the house.
Yeah, and then he like thanks him or something for helping or something. But again, this room that he just opened, I believe, is Bethany's. These first few rooms.
Well, the one down, they don't show either one downstairs, and the one downstairs.
They don't even show us the empty room.
Yeah, well, it's got shit in it, but it's
no one's room.
Even in the pictures that they showed us, they don't show the empty room.
Right.
And when Dylan is asked where she sleeps, they muted it out.
Right.
Police department.
That's Bethany's room right there that they just showed. That was Bethany's room. The other one was the empty room.
Okay. And there's already speculation that are saying that somebody was sleeping in that other room or something. Like, it's just like
nobody was in that room. That room is empty.
It's like a junk room
in the pictures that they showed or gave us. Like, they gave us pictures of like the house, but that room like wasn't included.
Lost the police department. If you're in here, announce yourself.
Does that guy in the front even have his gun out?
What?
I can't tell.
That guy in the front, the guy in front of him, does he even have his gun out the entire time?
I don't think. He kind of had his hands at his side.
Yeah, I don't think he does either.
Gun out.
I don't know, but I just, again, I'm not asking to see the victim's room. I'm just wondering, does anyone else, hey Scott, does anyone else think it's weird, the certain things so far? Even we're like,
I think the whole thing's weird. The only thing that should be blocked out is the victims' bodies.
Right.
Yeah. And I'm not even
anymore. There's none of this is relevant to anything personal with any of these people. Why block it out?
Right. I mean, when they asked Dylan what room she sleeps in, and you're muting out her answer, I'm confused by that.
Bro, she doesn't live there anymore. The house doesn't even exist.
That's what I'm saying. Like, none of that matters.
Yeah, and then add that aspect into everything. The house doesn't even exist anymore. I'm telling you, this plea deal, I don't care what anybody says, this plea deal was planned and like they knew it was going to happen for so long, I think. And I honestly think, and I'll throw this out there and people might disagree, I don't care. I even think that Ann Taylor just went along with it. Like, I don't trust certain. I've seen it in the Watts case. His public defenders ended up getting a job in the district attorney's office after that.
They sure did.
What?
They sure did.
Yeah. So you get your defendant to get a plea deal and you get a promotion into the district attorney's office. What's the
Yeah, Ann Taylor's a highly paid defense attorney though, so I don't think she's going over there.
No, not that she would go over, but I wouldn't put it. I don't know.
I think she probably thought he would plead out for no death penalty.
Yeah, I do too. And I think that she probably knew that for a while. Just my opinion.
Well, they'd probably talked about the pros and cons.
Roscoe Police Department.
Yeah, see, he's clearing the house when people are stabbed and he has no gun out. This
He
guy
has
does.
his gun out. He might have his gun out.
Mm-hmm.
He may have it next to his chest. He may have it next to his chest.
And I believe right now the room to the left is Dylan's room.
Correct.
It is.
And then you have the kitchen and this utility closet.
But see, like the kitchen lights are on. Like, who turned these lights on? Were these on at night, or were these?
My impression is these were everything was kept as is, and in the new photo dump that they gave us, it's the night version, and they're taking pictures of the house. I don't know if you've seen them.
Yeah,
I skimmed them.
I think that the ones that they have of like the outside of the house are to show us what it looked like at night. Like everything was just kept as is.
And I think the lights were on. I think Xana was in the kitchen.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think the lights are on because Xana's in there eating, going through TikTok.
Man, that okay.
I mean, I don't, and that's just my thought.
Which is why I'm like, why isn't this eyewitness a better like description?
Yeah.
Like, it kind of gets better with the PCA, which is another thing I was like, wait a minute. But then again, I'm also hearing, which I'll have to read for myself, so maybe I shouldn't even say it, but like she was very much like not really like describing it all the same. I don't know. I got to read it.
Well, you have to, I mean, if you just hear her in this body cam, she says, like my height, maybe an inch or two taller or shorter.
Yeah. And
I was like,
he's blatantly tall and lanky.
Yeah.
She says he's built like a basketball player, which I could see that being the description.
Yeah. The basketball player did back up the BK for me. Again, I want to make it clear. I think BK is 100% like guilty.
He never played basketball in his life.
Nobody has that tall, lanky basketball build.
I feel like all those boys have basketball player builds. If you're looking at this body cam footage, like I feel like they all look like basketball players.
Yeah, Ethan definitely did.
Oh, well, he was enormous. I mean, I think
he
was like 6, huh?
Yeah, he was a big kid.
Yeah, very athletically built. Oh, thank you, Holly. It's good to see you too. It's good to see everybody in chat. Sorry I haven't like kind of interacted more with chat. I'm just like very overwhelmed with everything that we're going through. I think it showed it in the photos too, but there's like paper towel on the floor. I don't know if that was from Xana dropping it. I don't know. I just like to see like what the scene like looked like. Hold on.
Well, see, with those pictures, I don't know how much of it is how it was, because we see him in here like closing doors and stuff. And that's like, okay, so did you move other things around?
Right. Or did you move it back to where it was, like, and then take the pictures? Like all that needs to be clarified too.
Yeah.
See that stool just kind of being randomly there too? I don't know. Just interesting to kind of see it.
Clear here. Going up there. Please start it.
We're on third floor, coming up. We got another. Roscoe Police Department.
Dude.
This is when I think he was just like, fuck. I'm like, fuck, like what the hell happened here?
And they at least showed us that one bathroom.
Yeah, which they also showed us a ton of pictures of that bathroom, which is also kind of weird.
Yeah.
You know what else I'm wondering? And maybe you guys won't think it's weird, but the way that I'm seeing this all happen and what you're seeing and stuff, like to me, it just would have made so much more sense to walk outside and be like, this person's being detained, this person's being detained, this person's being, and just detain everybody and bring them down to the police station, because at that point you have no clue what's happened. Not just talk to them on the side of the road, like bring them to the police station.
It was very much like
you just witnessed a car accident. Like,
well, we
that's
know
not what this
they
is.
do end up taking them to the police station. Not too long after this, because remember, Kaylee's mom said that she talked to Jack D, who was on his way to the police station.
Yeah, that's true. I see that little black thing that you're talking about, Patricia, as he's about to like walk down the stairs. I don't think it's a camera though. Hold on.
It's probably just a shitty redaction.
Right. That right there. Like up. I don't know what it is.
We're clear. Let me just secure the outside first. So.
The front door.
There's a back entry. I was going to start taping it all off.
Brian's taping the outside off.
Okay.
Where's the
There are two right here.
Why can't we hear anything that they're talking about?
Exactly. There's two in this room or whatever, and then everything gets muted. Like, I'm sorry, but Law and Crime, this is how another reason why I know it's not them. They show like body cams. Sometimes they're playing stuff, and I'm like, how are they not getting like community strikes or something? Like, so it has nothing to do with like the media like muting this, and it's like other agencies and other cases are not going to this extent.
They do all stay at a hotel together. You're right, Tina. I did forget that too.
What was it?
Separated. They all go to the same hotel. They're not separated.
Oh, interesting.
That was Kaylee's room.
I got in there.
That they just showed that was blacked out.
What
Murphy's
was
in
it?
there. That was Kaylee's room that they just showed blacked out while Murphy's in there.
And he has a heart. Okay, that's exactly why I think it's muted, that they're explaining more about the scene, but the families have asked for these details. And like Steve literally
now you have two families that are suing to not have any of this stuff released anymore. They don't want anything else out.
Really?
Which is also interesting because I'm not really sure what they thought was going to happen with a public trial.
Right.
Yeah, Maddie's mom.
Like, I don't want to see like certain things. I get why they're like, okay, but
see, blood and gore doesn't bother me, but if it was my kid, I would feel differently. So I get both sides of that whole thing, but it doesn't make sense. I mean, in a public trial, we would have seen some of this.
I mean, just think about the Murdoch trial. Like, we saw like Paul's blood pattern, and like they were able to determine that he was standing up for a couple seconds before he fell to the ground and got shot in the back of his head. They described his brain matter and where it was splattered, where it hit the door frame. They found it here, there, you know.
We would have got that in the trial too. So,
but my whole thing is, Steve said, I hope the public keeps pushing to get answers on certain things that they wanted to know. I mean, she asked BK what Kaylee's last words were. So it's very complex, obviously, because there's 4 families involved here. But, you know, how are you going to appease certain, like, protect the families by redacting like conversations between the cops? It could be that, but unfortunately there's going to be a group of people that are like, no, they're hiding more things, or how are we
only redact per their state law? That's all that should be redacted.
Right.
He's struggling.
So have we determined that the door was shut before the cops opened it? Like, how did BK leave the upstairs door?
Oh, that's a good question. So the only body cam we have, he's the second guy going into the room. So maybe that's why the officer says close the door, because it was closed.
Okay.
We don't. If we had his body cam, the guy who actually goes into Maddie's room first, we'd probably have a better answer. But I don't think we see it in this one. You could go back and look, but I feel like one is heading towards Maddie's room, the other one's looking in Kaylee's room, and the one with the body cam is looking in Kaylee's room first, and then turns and he's behind the other cop.
Got you. So I agree with what E.E. Caroline said. This is not a family event. Trials are not for the families. It is the public or society settling accounts with a person who got out of hand. Trials are not held for family payback. And I see it also as like, we need to be able to have checks and balances and transparency in this whole process, not just because we're curious and we want to know, but like it matters if these prosecutors are prosecuting because they want a conviction rate to look good, or because like they're trying to get justice, in my opinion. Like, and I just honestly felt like Thompson just didn't have like heart behind this case, in my opinion. That's my opinion. I don't know if you guys agree.
Well, I think he knew this was his last big hurrah before he was going to retire. So.
Check with the prints.
So again, they quickly showed the footprints in the snow. Who knows whose they were?
Right, and there was a lot of talk at the beginning of this. I don't know if you guys remember about the trash being like left outside.
I do vaguely remember that.
Yeah, and like how much evidence was in this trash that nobody bothered to like look at.
Yeah,
they don't ever cross it. It looks the same.
Yeah, it looked exactly the same weeks later.
Yeah. Those can't be Bryan's footprints.
Yeah, whose footprints are those?
Like, is he that stupid to walk in the snow?
Oh, I just happened to pull that up right before you showed it. And it says, I don't think anything came of it, but they said that they used a tape measure to measure those, and that the shoe size measured approximately 13.5 to 14 inches. That seems like, I don't feel like taking out a ruler to measure my foot.
Well, I mean, a ruler is 12 inches.
Yes, but I don't think my foot is 12 inches long.
No, I would hope not, Sleuthy. I picture you as being very dainty.
So is 13.5 to 14 inches? Like, what does that even mean?
A 13-inch foot corresponds to a U.S. men's size 17.
What? So according
to my Cecil search.
So it was a clown. So they're clown shoes?
Well, I think in
Ronald
snow,
McDonald?
your foot moves. So I think that would be.
Oh, like 6 inches, Teresa? Teresa? Don't go there. We're only 9 minutes into
That's crazy, though. So whose were they? Yeah, Ronald McDonald apparently was at
Well, I'm just saying, at 13, that's what it says. That's just what Google says, though. So, I mean, like I'm saying, like it easily could be like as you're walking in snow, your foot is, moving. As
I
you're
just hope we
stepping.
get some answers on that because...
Bro, that's like custom made shoes. That's like nobody wears a size 17.
It says a 13-inch long foot typically corresponds to a U.S. men's size 17 shoe.
That can't be, bro. That's
so let's see.
That would be like my
what
foot being
size-
6 inches. That's
What
just not
size foot would wear a 13-inch shoe? Let me do it that way and see like what size shoe? No, I don't want that. It's not giving me.
Yeah, 14-inch shoe foot is huge.
Well, I'm thinking, but the shoe itself would have to be about 13 inches, not the foot, right? I mean, you're talking like. So I'm trying to do it backwards and see what kind of what kind of results I can get that way. So if you have a 13, like what size is your foot if you wear a size 13
So a
shoe?
size 13 shoe is like obviously more reasonable.
Okay,
You're not going to
so
tell me that somebody was wearing a size 17 shoe.
a size 13 shoe is designed for feet that are approximately, no, that's not what I want either. I want.
When you get the answer, pull it up, or I'll pull up your answer in chat.
Okay, I'll keep digging.
I'm sorry I even asked.
It's got to be about 11 inches.
I was gonna say even the TV is like on, like the light of the TV.
Okay,
it's still on the
Steven says if
Roku,
you have
like
a
sleep
size 10, the shoe will be about 12 inches. So about 2 inches more than your.
So a 12 or so.
So it would be about a size 12.
Okay.
Shoe.
Yeah.
Okay, not 17.
12 is kind of comparable with Kohberger's height and stuff.
This is
Right,
why we
that
don't
makes
do
sense, right?
Google searches.
Well, they said he wears a size 13. BK wears a size 13. So if he's wearing a size 13 and it's a 13 to 14 inch mark, then that would make sense.
Yeah. But my thing is like he's so quote unquote smart and he, studied criminology and knew just what to do to cover certain tracks, but he leaves snow prints.
Yeah, like maybe those are Ethan's footprints. Like maybe they walked back out there. Like he was huge. Probably he had huge feet too.
I need to know.
Why would they still be that fresh for anybody?
Right. Like those
I don't think
have
they're
no
fresh.
snow like piled on them. It looks like it snowed. It stopped snowing. Somebody walked there. It hasn't snowed like on top of it.
Right. But it hadn't snowed. Since it hadn't happened. It could be that snow, that is how it was. The snow is still melting. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we don't know if those are BKs. I'm sorry, but mysterious footprints leaving a crime scene, like this is why plea deals are a problem. We should know who those are at this point.
They probably don't know whose those are.
Right.
So we have a peg leg and a clown.
Right, Caroline, that's what I was saying. I think it matches 13 to 14 foot shoe. I agree.
Oh my God, we're still on this. I wish I'd never read that report.
I think we're good. I know. You messed that
I
all
just
up.
wish that we would just know.
Yeah.
Like, there should be something that has just made it clear. And why hasn't Ashley Banfield reported on this yet?
You know what would be important? Measure the latent print, right? Is that 13 and a half to 14 inches also? Because then you can say, well, the same print that's outside in the snow is the
they
same size
specifically
print.
say the latent print by Dylan's door does not match the size of BK's size 13.
Oof.
I'll be right back.
Nothing else out there. Do you want me to go back there and start IDing people? Okay, I'm going to start IDing all of them.
Okay, so these are the EMTs that are walking up, and he's going to send them away.
Yes. And this was another thing in chat, and those on replay, let me know if you think this was odd as well. Like, just like they had the conversation inside about the 2 victims upstairs that they muted out, and like, I get it, certain details they don't want, public, but you have to also realize these cops know that their body cam is going to be analyzed. So everything that they're saying is just straight facts to each other.
Exactly.
Right. And I just don't get, like, I get being sensitive to the families, but like I don't mean to sound crass, but like, why they shouldn't just watch, they should just not watch it.
Like they were likely going to play this body cam in its unredacted form at trial.
Absolutely unredacted. Yeah. And again, I don't mean to sound crass, but I am just saying, like, the public does, like, we pay taxes to have certain things transparent. These plea deals, in my opinion, have allowed certain entities and powerful positions to kind of dictate what information the public can see and what they can't see. And sometimes I think they claim that it's to protect the public or it's not in the public's best interest, but I think that they're actually protecting certain entities. In this case, I believe possibly the university. If these details came out, it might not make people want to have their student like go to this town for like school or whatever. And of course that like also got like shut down by not having a trial as well, because it's not in the spotlight in a trial with Idaho State University students. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they've just kind of conceal it and close it down as quick as possible, including them getting rid of the house, I think. I got fireworks going off. Sorry.
It's a
Now everything's redacted here, so I'm not playing anything on mute. So
They're just telling them about the crime scene and what they found in there and how these victims don't need EMTs.
And which is just like, okay.
Oh, thank you. No, you're good. Hang in there, brother. Okay.
There's Jack.
Okay. Jack's walking up as the cops are telling the paramedics like they're not needed.
Yeah.
Oof. He was listening.
How much did he hear of that?
Right.
They tell you anything? They want to ask about in the main room. This is one of the. Pretty much they were in the main room. I heard them dancing and laughing. Kaylee went upstairs and she screamed because someone was in the room. She ran downstairs.
What kind of shoes is that kid wearing?
Calling her name and she wouldn't answer. And I saw the.
What's he wearing? Slippers?
I don't know. They're like clogs.
Like girl slippers? Does he actually have shoes on?
I don't even know. But
pretty much they were in the main room.
Oh, he's got like Birkenstock sandals with Birks with slippers or socks. So look at him though, like with his fists.
No, I meant khaki pant guy.
Oh, khaki pant guy? Those look like New Balance or something. Some weird sneakers, maybe. I don't know. I see laces.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe it's just tennis shoes.
Who is he?
I think it's Josie's boyfriend.
Okay, that makes sense.
Landon or Lyndon or something along those lines, if I remember right. Because he's like standing next to her and holding on to her. So
it's just interesting to me. I don't know. So Bethany's with Emily.
Yes. No, that's not Emily.
Oh.
That's whoever came up. That's
Okay.
whoever came up when Bethany was Bethany called somebody. So that's whoever came up then.
I heard the dancing and laughing. Kaylee went upstairs and she screamed because someone's in the room and she ran downstairs.
My thing too is like she said that they were dancing and laughing in the living room, and then Kaylee went upstairs. It just sounds like, because like I've always thought that like Beth or Dylan was sleeping, everyone kind of went to bed and it was like quiet and this happened. But like it sounds like everyone was like still up and active and then this took place.
I think everybody was kind of in their respective areas, but we know Xana wasn't asleep yet. Because remember they had talked, so they had food and they were talking about ordering more food because they were hungry. And then everybody's like, yeah, no, we're good. But Xana still was hungry, so she orders, food, or Ethan orders it for her one way or the other.
And then around 4 a.m., everyone was just like ready for bed.
And I kept calling her name and she wouldn't answer. And then I saw the guy.
I kept calling her name and she wouldn't answer.
Yeah,
that is also something we never really heard like before this either.
No.
Like we thought that she looked out 3 times, didn't see anybody, and then like saw him on the 3rd time, and then we found out that she tried calling everybody and they didn't answer. I don't know.
I just walked the door and I ran downstairs. We don't know what's going on.
Can you come here with me, please?
And he's like, stop talking. Stop talking to other people. You're going to come over here and talk to me now.
I think when also, like, in my opinion, when Dylan's telling him stuff, like, I think he's probably thinking, like, wait, so you heard screaming and you heard all this and then it was silent. I think we know what the silence means. And your door was locked because you were scared. And then you ran down to I just think that the cop is, like, wondering, like, why she didn't call sooner. I just really, not again that anyone would have been saved, but I think that the cop is just I think he's confused by Dylan's like actions.
Somebody may have been caught. Can you rewind it right to when Jack walks up and Dylan starts talking? I want to hear it just like in full one more time.
Me too.
They tell you anything? They went to us about in the main room.
This is one of the.
Pretty much they were in the main room. I heard the dancing and laughing. Kaylee went upstairs and she screamed because someone's in the room. She ran downstairs, and I kept calling her name and she wouldn't answer. And then I saw the guy. I just walked the door and I ran downstairs. We don't know what's going on.
Can you come here with me?
Okay, pause real quick. So she says they were in the main room. Kaylee went upstairs, said somebody's here, and she went in her room, or she was in her room. She couldn't really tell what she said there. Locks the door because she saw the guy. So she said that we're in the main room, and Kaylee goes upstairs.
But she says a whole lot of things about Kaylee. And like nothing about Xana. Like the reason they're there is at this point in time, nobody knows that Kaylee's upstairs dead except for the cops.
Yeah, see, this is a problem for me because we're still at the point where nobody has told the cops that there's 2 other roommates upstairs. Nobody's asked about the 2 other roommates.
Right.
And now everything from this point on becomes about Kaylee when none of it was about Kaylee. It was all about Xana.
And the only reason why it was about Kaylee is because Jack showed up.
And then just like she says nothing about Xana.
Yeah.
Yeah, like hey, Xana wasn't waking up, and
like Dylan doesn't know that anything has happened to Kaylee, but yet she's talking to Jack as if like she does.
Kaylee's hurt. Right, exactly.
That's just my opinion. I'm sorry, guys. I'm reacting. These are my thoughts, and I'm not saying
taking Xana for Kaylee.
I don't know. And then like I said, it gets to the 19-minute mark when finally Dylan asks about like the girls. Oh, but she says to Jack when he walks up, did they tell you anything? And then she says, she just starts explaining things, but I don't know. I kind of want to hear it again, but will you guys hate it?
No, I won't hate it.
No, go ahead.
Poor Jack.
In the main room.
This is one of the.
Pretty much they were
In the main room at 4 a.m.
Did they tell you anything? Pretty much at 4 a.m. They were in the main room.
That's what she says on the 911 call too. Pretty much at 4 a.m. and then they cut her off.
Me and my heard the dancing and laughing. Kaylee went upstairs and she screamed because someone's in the room. She ran downstairs. And
Kaylee went upstairs. She screamed because someone was in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Not she screamed somebody's here. She screamed because someone's in the room and then ran downstairs. So are we thinking that that's Xana who said there's somebody in the room? I'm just confused.
She's saying that they were in the main room at 4 a.m., which doesn't make any sense.
Right. But
And
that is
Kaylee
what
went
she's
upstairs.
telling Jack.
Kaylee goes upstairs, said somebody's in the room or somebody, whatever she said.
But Kaylee was already upstairs, supposedly, right? In
Right.
bed.
Yep.
Yeah.
So she would be talking about Xana.
Answer, and I saw the guy. I actually locked the door and I ran downstairs. We don't know what.
So she says, I saw the guy and then I locked the door.
Yeah.
And then I ran downstairs.
And we know that she did run down to Bethany's. We know that.
Well, she didn't run because like she saw Xana. So she, you know.
Bethany told her to run, like run down here quick or something in their text. But you see Xana laying there. I can't get past it. I'm sorry. And if people are mad, you know what? I'll share Dylan's GoFundMe in my description box.
Not for nothing.
Go ahead
Not for nothing. But in that, so there's one picture and it's taken from beyond like the ping pong table. Like even I would say a little further back, that let's say like in line with the window in the living room. Like it's taken even a little further back than the top of the steps. And it's just like a straight shot into Xana's room. And like you can see Xana on the floor and like there's blood puddled all around her.
Right. There's no denying that. And plus she described her in her underwear, and we know through like the autopsy report that she was wearing a gray hoodie in her thong. So it's like you saw enough of her to describe her exactly in what she was wearing.
And let's also say that because she had no pants on, there'd be blood all over her legs.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you would see that too.
I just don't think you can. I guess I struggle because you can't have both. You can't have that she didn't really think anything was a big deal, that she just was like, you know, yeah, we're a party house. It's like this guy was here, not a big deal, you know. So, and
But she says over and over again, I was so scared. We were so scared. I was so scared.
That's where I'm struggling with this. And
once lock the door.
I think she's involved. She's locking doors. She's afraid. She's running to Bethany's room. But
then locking that door.
All these apps and talking to people on her, you know, or not on wasn't Snapchat, but
and
whatever.
on Indeed and on Snapchat, saving contacts.
Why not just call the police? Why not call Hunter at that point or Emily at that point? Like, why are we? This is where my struggle is, because if she's not really afraid because it's a party house and yeah, it was kind of weird, and she does have panic because she's called other people before about like pots just falling. Like, you can't have both. She's not frozen in fear and also petrified and scared and locking doors.
Right.
Right.
I can't. That doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't, and that's the thing is I'm not going to pretend that it makes sense. Like it might make sense for some people, but it doesn't make sense for me. So
And I saw someone say about like why her legs would have blood on it. Like she was covered in blood. She was stabbed like 50 plus times. She was absolutely covered in blood. I'm looking at this is just one of the officers' reports, and they literally said observed a female wearing a sweatshirt and underwear laying in the middle of the bedroom floor, covered in blood. I observed deep lacerations indicative of defensive wounds and on the female's hands. The female was surrounded by blood on the floor.
And her father even said in early reports, like not only like blood, but like she was black and blue from like fighting.
Well, if you look at like the pictures, I know people say, "Where's the blood?" I'm like, I started a group chat with you guys on Twitter because like I just was like, I just don't get this. Like in my brain, I'm like, I don't get why people are saying that, because just in Xana's room alone, it's all over the place, and like the table. So there's like a table beside her bed.
Yeah,
and
a little white one.
Yes, and like I'm not a blood spatter expert. There are tons of different spots of blood where I would have liked to have heard from someone that is an expert in that field explain things to me and the differences between them all, because like on that one there's like it looks like swipes of it, in the sense that I don't know, like I wouldn't know whether that were from someone's like hands, running along it, or if it was like somebody's clothes that then brushed up against it, you know what I mean? And I just wonder like how much she had to have been all over that room. And like I said, just my thing, we're just talking about Xana and the fact that she saw Xana, saw that she was in a sweatshirt and just her underwear, saw her laying in the middle of the floor, and every other report that we have of that, she was absolutely covered in blood and laying in a puddle of blood.
Mm-hmm.
It's just really difficult to miss. And I don't feel like we can say that she saw some things really super clearly, like bushy eyebrows and exactly how tall this guy was and what his build was, and that he was definitely a white guy, but like then be like, oh well, maybe she noticed that like what Xana was wearing and it was Xana. She knew it was Xana laying in the middle of the floor, but she didn't notice any of the blood, and that's like normal. Like I don't know.
I know. No matter how many times we go over it, like I don't think we're gonna think that it makes sense.
Can you come here with me, please?
This guy's like, maybe I should make her tell me stuff before she keeps telling everybody all the things.
That's what I said. He's like, stop talking to them.
Break fire 3170. Could you guys grab some blankets for all these
See if his
people out
lights
here?
are on. He'll turn them off.
Nope. Just come over here with me, please.
Or that dumpster. Like.
Okay. Just give me 1 second, please. I'm gonna get your name and information. Just 1 second. We'll get you a blanket and stuff, all right? Thanks, guys. Yeah, that'd be good for now, and then maybe the big black blankets whenever you go. Actually, you guys probably just hang on to these whenever. Is that ambulance on its way? No, I think that's it. Okay. We would like a blanket right now. It's temporary. Anybody like one for your feet to stand on? Okay. I'll let you.
Where's Hunter?
Thanks, man.
He's not over there.
Hunter Johnson or
Hunter Johnson's not over here in this group of people. There's
I
Bethany.
swear he's sitting in that cop car, but you said it was.
No,
it'll
be Jack. This is Jack right here. It'll be Jack who ends up sitting in the cop car.
Right.
But this is the girl who walked up with Bethany that I have no idea who it is. And then this is Josie and her boyfriend. And then you have Emily who is standing next to Jack. And Hunter must be talking to another cop somewhere.
Or did he go grab Ethan's brother, Hunter? No.
No, he must just be talking to another cop. We just like off screen.
I'll keep my eye out.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, if that email shows up, that'd be great to grab some blankets.
This is Jack. Want to know what's going on?
Yeah, 1 second, man. Let me just grab it. All your guys' info.
And even his questions and statements are redacted.
Even he's not like, is my girlfriend in there? Is Kaylee? Is my dog? Like,
well, he kind of was. He was like, "What's going on?" and like pointed at, but they redacted his statements.
Yeah.
So here we are, like, oh, there could be people who think that he's involved because he didn't ask whatever, but they just muted it out.
We have no idea what he asked.
Right. And
probably
so
nothing.
The problem too, like.
Well, he keeps telling him over and over again, like he asks, like, what's happening, and the cop just keeps saying, like, I don't know how much I can give you. I don't know what I can say yet.
Right. And if the cop can't give him anything, right? Why redact what Jack is asking? I don't know.
Yeah, doesn't make sense. Unless it's personal information that maybe it has to do with his relationship with Kaylee.
See, now people are saying Hunter's in the cop car staying warm. That's what I thought it was Hunter, but you're saying it's Jack. So Jack walked up and asked questions and then was like, hey, can I get in your cop car?
No, he starts talking to another cop.
Yes.
So, well, I'll show you when it kind of goes down. He starts talking to another cop, and Hunter Johnson's not in the cop car because Hunter Johnson ends up out here talking to Hunter Chapin.
Yes.
Jack is in the cop car, and he keeps asking him what's going on, and he's like, I don't know what I can tell you. I don't know what I can tell you yet. Hunter Johnson would already know what was going on. He's the one who saw the bodies, or at least 2 of the 4.
Well, that doesn't necessarily mean that he would still be like, what is going on?
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I'm 99.9% positive it's Jack.
Reddit also seemed to think that it was Jack in the cop car as well. Just
yeah. Hunter's not going to be out here with the other Hunter.
Yes, over by this pole here.
Okay. I know she's barefoot, so I was hoping to get something for her, but thank you very much. Thanks, boss.
This is just so weird to me, just letting everybody just stand around with each other. It's just so odd, like not knowing what happened and seeing like 4 kids stabbed to death. Like it's just so bizarre to me to see them just standing in little like cliques and nobody, all those police officers there, not a single one thought to think like maybe like we should get all of these people separate. Like maybe the killer's here watching.
Right.
All of this
they had no
happen.
idea.
Yeah.
Which is why I think they did decide, you know what, you're the boyfriend or you're very close to one of these victims, like you're coming in the cop car.
I think at this point there's only 3 cops there.
Well, you have to also remember we're only 13. This guy's the first one.
Oh, true. It's only been 13 minutes.
But at the same time, it took paramedics like 10 minutes to get there.
Yeah, there's only 3 cops there, and then the other cop will show up, and then he gets Payne involved. These guys, the rest of these guys are all just EMTs.
Yeah, the EMTs took 10 and a half minutes to get there. I mean, I don't know as far as like how long it took dispatch to get a hold of them, but they don't show up till 10 minutes into this body cam.
The cops got there in like 3 seconds. Like
I don't remember how long. I don't remember how long. Like all the calls that were before that. Like obviously they don't have a ton of EMTs in Moscow, Idaho. You know what I mean? Hey, BR.
Hey, Joey. Good to see you. So glad you're here. And yes, hey, BR and everyone else. Thanks for being here. 10 and a half minutes is kind of crazy for paramedics. Right. But the cops were there with a defibrillator before the 911 call concluded. I think the 911 call is like 6 minutes long or something. Could be wrong, but just interesting seeing how everyone's kind of showing up. But yeah, so Jack got there the same time. So Jack doesn't show up till 10 minutes too, which is kind of quick in a way.
Well, it's also, Wait a minute. Okay, so a
How
cop
fast
walks,
everything's
on
spreading.
the 911 call, a cop walks up while they're on the phone with 911.
Yes.
That's not this guy.
No.
So what cop walks up while they're on the phone with 911?
Somebody, because Dylan says, "Do you have a defibrillator?" And
Yeah,
he
where's
says,
that
"Yeah."
at on this body cam?
Well, I'm wondering if so if Bethany was over by the telephone pole this whole time, like when he gets out of his car, if Bethany's over by the telephone pole and he like doesn't even see her, like we don't even see her flash on his camera, like he doesn't even look her way. If she's over there on the phone, like with 911, then he could have walked in, and then the guy that he says like slow down on the stairs, that could have been the person who walked past them while they were on the phone with 911.
Okay, so the second cop, the one that's coming up the stairs that he tells to slow down, is the defibrillator guy.
I'm thinking. I don't know.
Okay. That makes sense.
We would know if we had the other body cam.
Hopefully, we get everybody's body cam. I don't see why we wouldn't.
Right.
This cop's like, don't even talk to me or look at me until I speak to you. Like, he's just like, everybody just stop. Let me think.
Night cam.
So these guys are also EMT too. They're just like here.
Right. They're helping with blankets and any of that.
Okay, what's yours?
I'll have to go back to the beginning and see, because maybe he does. He does walk up and then he walks back to his car and gets something out of the car and he says, "Where is she?" Maybe it is him. And,
and your middle name?
For everyone that doesn't know, this is Dylan that he's talking to right now.
This is Dylan to the right, JD, Jack to the left. And yes, I do remember that I think this guy is the defibrillator guy.
Yeah, I think he walks back to his car. I probably just wasn't paying attention at that time for that.
Good phone number to reach out.
That's what I think too, Caroline.
Okay. And is this your address?
Yes.
What's that address?
1122 King Road.
Is your driver's license right?
Yes.
Okay. How much have you seen in that?
No, I don't really know. I just saw my friend.
What did he say?
We were so scared.
Tell me
Did
what
he
you
say?
saw.
Did he
How
say?
much have you seen in there?
That's what I thought he said. How much have you seen in there? Or how much did you see in there?
And she said, not much.
Huh.
And then she said, they even redact the name of the friend that she saw, which we know
That's
is
so
Dana.
bizarre, man.
Can you please come help us? And that's all I saw. Told us not to go in. That man right there. That helped show you around.
They did go in there.
Yeah, and that's when he told
That's
us.
Hunter over there with the other cop. Hunter's still over there with the other cops. Hunter Johnson.
To the right?
To the left.
Oh, okay.
Like over by the house.
Okay, because she just pointed over at him, explaining that she called
like
him.
she called him.
She calls him that man over there.
Do you mind just going over there for me, please?
And don't forget, Kaylee was calling Jack numerous times.
Like 13 times. It was like a lot of times. And
Which
then
I
Maddie
think is
tried.
interesting now that we have this. Well, because I think they couldn't find Murphy.
And Murphy's been quiet.
Yeah,
Murphy's
even when the cops are walking through the house, he's not barking.
He's hiding under the desk.
Aww.
He's in her room hiding under the desk. And then they take him to the pound where Jack has to go pick him up.
You
But
do
now I'm
see
thinking
someone
maybe they were
walk out
calling
with him
Jack
on a leash.
because Murphy's gone. And they're like, fuck, we can't find Murphy.
Well, the calls to Jack were from Kaylee.
I know, but remember, because Bethany and Maddie take Murphy out. and then Maddie loses Murphy.
I see what you're saying.
Maddie calls him once.
What a crazy
After Kaylee calls a
series of
bunch of times.
events. The dog gets lost too, like, you know what I mean?
And then gets found.
Right.
And I was thinking about this. Like, when I read that, I thought, what would be a way to, like, inconspicuously or look like a little less of a threat is, like, if you find the dog and you, like, bring it back to the house.
Who, BK?
Oh, that's
yeah, like what if you were like if you went to the back door or whatever and you were like, I found this dog, like, is this your dog or whatever?
Oh, interesting.
That someone might say, oh my God, yeah, and like be less high alert to having a stranger come inside the house. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay. Now I overheard you talking about last night.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, the more we know right now, the better. We can start this process.
Yeah.
Somebody will probably be revisiting this interview with you very soon. Again, okay? So you're probably going to have to retell the story quite a bit.
That's fine.
All right. What do you remember seeing? What started?
I remember I was in my room and I was trying to go to bed and I heard Kaylee, who ex-girlfriend, who has a dog in her.
Real fast. Which one is your room?
Kaylee.
Which one is your room?
Oh.
What room are you in?
We already know this.
Yeah.
And remember, the reason why this is also weird is when this was all first reported, we didn't know that Dylan was like, we thought they were all downstairs, remember?
Yeah, because it made more sense. Like the two were downstairs, and so they didn't know what was going on upstairs, and that's why they're still alive.
Yeah.
But knowing that she was on the same floor as he entered and exited, and there was another victim is like kind of strange.
Right. And is that why they're redacting like what room is hers? Because they're hoping that like people who are new to this like won't think that it's weird.
I have no idea why that's redacted. Like I said, this house doesn't exist.
Exactly.
Right.
And I don't know about you all, but like anything I had inside that house, I don't want that shit. Like whatever, like whatever I had like floating around, like I'll get new stuff. Like I don't want any I don't want to remember anything from this house. I'll get a new bed.
Right. And
I'll
this
get new
whole,
furniture and like leave it there.
This whole conversation that has been muted.
In that room?
My room, not Xana's room.
Hold on.
My room. My room.
And your room is this one right here?
Next to the stairs. That one is Xana's room.
Second floor room.
Second floor.
Like they even muted right after she said that one is Xana's room, and then it went muted.
Yeah, it's weird.
Okay.
All I heard was I heard go upstairs. Like, okay, I'm gonna go to sleep now because she's going upstairs.
And you heard who go upstairs?
Kaylee and the dog Murphy.
And upstairs to the very top?
Yeah, that's where her room is.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden I heard her walking up. I heard her scream, and she ran downstairs because she saw someone. That's what I'm pretty sure she said. Someone's here, and she screamed and just ran downstairs. And I called for her name, but I jumped up and locked my door because I was so scared. And then I heard someone in the bathroom, and I heard her crying, and I heard some guy say that you're going to be okay, I'm going to help you. And I kept calling her name, but she wasn't answering. And then I opened the door for a second, and I saw this guy, and he was not insanely tall, but he was wearing all black and like this mask which is covering his forehead and his mouth. And I locked the door and I called, and I didn't know what to do.
This was at 4
a.m. Yes. Okay. And so then I just ran down.
You left here.
Yeah, I left my room down.
But remember,
Remember
though, Bethany called her first.
I'm trying to remember who texted her too.
I thought that she called her and then it was a missed call, so Bethany called her back.
No.
I thought Dylan said that she called everybody, but Bethany was the only one that answered.
That is what was said, but then we got all the stuff. And hold on, because I'm going to tell you right now. So at 4:19:07, Bethany calls Dylan. And that's, so 4:12, they say Xana was awake and using TikTok. So 7 minutes after that. So 4:19:07, Bethany calls Dylan. And then at 4:20, Dylan calls Xana. At 4:20:20, Dylan calls Kaylee. At 4:20:28, Dylan calls Bethany for 41 seconds. I can continue on at 4:21. As soon as Bethany hangs up with Dylan, Bethany calls Xana. And then
what was that conversation for 41 seconds?
What'd she call it for?
And again, Bethany called Dylan first. And then Dylan called her back and they talked for 41 seconds. So like, what did Bethany like?
Why would Dylan call everybody but Bethany
before calling Bethany back?
Right.
Unless maybe Bethany texted and was like, I don't know.
Right. They did have a text thread like so-and-so's not answering or something like that. Kaylee's not answering or something.
With the white blinds at the very bottom. I ran down there and we talked and we just locked the door. We didn't think anything of it. We're like, nothing happens in Moscow, so we just like try to go to bed.
We didn't think anything of it. But this guy was wearing a mask and like
we were so scared and we locked the doors.
We were so scared and we locked the door, but we didn't think anything of it because nothing happens in Moscow.
Right.
She's like she's contradicted herself.
Right.
And you saw remind again, she walked by Xana Lane there. We didn't think anything of it. Again, I know that Bryan's involved, obviously. I don't want to get the chat confused, but I just think that this is just weird.
It's allowed to make sense to us.
And it was weird because none of our roommates were up, and we called all of them. They were not waking up, and so me and like, this is weird. So I called and to come over, and then that's when all this happened.
Who all lives here with you?
Me, that one right there.
Okay. Who's Xana?
Xana is the girl in there.
Is the girl that
Yes.
this one?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you spell her name?
Xana.
Do you know if she has a middle name?
Alexis, I think.
Do you know what her last name is?
Kernodal. K. I don't know how to spell it really. K. You know? RNODL.
K-A-E-R.
K-E-R.
K-E-R.
N-O.
N-O.
L-E.
D-L-E. Okay.
X-A-N-A.
X-A-N-A. Okay.
Ethan, who's in there, he doesn't actually live here, but he's here like almost all the time.
There's a male that lives here, and
he doesn't actually live there. He's in the room with Xana, I believe.
He's in there right now.
But he doesn't live here, but he's here a lot. And
so right behind her, the cop is putting Jack D in the car.
Then there's Maddie, Morgan, and Kaylee up top. I don't know where they're at though.
Maddie.
So like I said, 19 minutes and now she's saying Maddie, she doesn't know where Maddie and Kaylee are. She said, I don't know where they're at though.
So like, I feel like a good follow-up question would have been like, but you heard her when all that stuff was going on. So like, do you think she ran out of the house?
Right.
Do you think she's locked in her room? But I guess he wouldn't ask that because he knows she's dead.
But he doesn't know who any of these people are. He doesn't know that Xana is Xana. He doesn't know that Kaylee is Kaylee. You know what I mean? Like, so, like, can you describe them for me? Like, do you know how I can get in touch with them? I mean, the assumption is, yeah, obviously it is them, but it's also weird. Like, she doesn't ask that. They never said there's two other people in the house.
Yeah.
We need to get them up. We need to make sure they're okay.
Or like, did you guys go upstairs and wake up Maddie and Maddie and Kaylee? Like, why assume that they're not there versus they're still upstairs locked in their bedrooms? Like maybe they think it's not safe. Did you go upstairs and you know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
And,
so this
and
is
again, this was like
is when this cop over here is putting Jack in the back of the squad car, but I don't know why because we don't have his body cam, so we don't know that conversation. But he comes up later and he's talking like this cop with the body cam comes up later and he's like, you can get out whenever you want. You can go sit with the other people. And
he's
he
like, no,
says,
I'm good.
no, he'll stay there.
Yeah. He's like, well, I'm going to like not lock you in. Like,
what is weird though, why isn't he over there talking to the people that know what's going on, that have more information about what's going on? Why does he not want to be around them?
Yeah.
Right. Well, couldn't it just be that he's suspicious of them?
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like maybe he's just suspicious. Maybe he just wants to be, maybe he's like, I have no clue what happened. I don't know all these people. Like, I don't know. You know what I mean?
He would know all those people. He does know all those people.
Well, I mean, like she didn't know how to spell Xana's last name. Like, I don't know how well you really know these people. Like, you don't really know these people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I just found it really weird that he was like, yeah, no, I'm good here. Thanks.
What I want to know is, while he's sitting there inside the car, is he trying to call Kaylee?
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah. And why doesn't he call her
what
parents
if he's
yet?
not?
Why hasn't he called her parents yet?
Oh, I wouldn't call the parents until I knew more. I'm not about to like sound the alarm.
What if Kaylee's not there?
Right. What if she was, yeah. And my thing is, like you said earlier, this was all about Xana. And then as soon as Jack walked up, all of a sudden
about Kaylee.
She's saying Kaylee was screaming and came running down the stairs. It's like
you called them here for Xana.
Yeah.
And none of that was on the 911 call.
And again, you don't know that Kaylee's upstairs dead. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Right. And is she just trying to like say that it was Kaylee because she walked by Xana laying on her back and did nothing? So if she had said that it was Xana and then she chose to walk by, it looked worse?
Could be like, well, I thought the issue was with Kaylee. So when I saw Xana laying there, I didn't think that it was related to all the other things, but
that might be it too.
Right.
But again, she was covered in blood and laying in blood. So
I don't know if she could see her though.
She could see her, dude.
She said she was in her underwear, and she was. And all those lights were on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mogan. Maddie Mogan. And
Maddie Mogan.
Yeah.
And who?
Kaylee Gonzalez. She's the girl that I was talking about, Kaylee, who I just heard her go upstairs and run back down the stairs.
Okay. And the guy that lives here, his name was what? He's usually
Ethan. Chapman.
And you knew he was here this morning?
No, I didn't know. I had no idea he was here.
Okay. All right, describe the guy that you saw.
I don't think he was a little bit taller than me. And I couldn't really see much of him, but I'm almost positive he was wearing a full black outfit. And he had this mask that was just over his forehead and over his mouth, and he didn't say anything to me, like, at all. I just shut the door and locked it, because I didn't know what to do. And I think he went out, like, the side door, the sliding door in the kitchen that goes out to the backyard.
Why do you think that?
And then I didn't know anything else, so I called, and I was like, I just need to come downstairs and find you, because I don't know where anyone else is. And I called Maddie, I called Dana, I called Kaylee, no one would answer.
Okay. All right. For Xana, do you know how old she is?
She's 20.
Is she in a sorority house?
Yeah, not anymore.
Okay. She's a student at UVI?
Yes.
Do you have any contact information for her parents?
No.
It's okay. Well,
okay.
we can get that eventually.
Her dad's name.
And then Ethan. E-T-H-A-N.
And Chapin, C-H-A-P-I-N.
Now you said Ethan's other triplets are there, correct?
They get there. I don't think they're there yet.
Black mask.
Oh, okay.
Was in there. She didn't recognize him.
I'll show you when they get there.
And she heard girls screaming.
Well, Hunter gets there first. He's wearing like a pink sweatshirt.
And then the screaming all stopped. She's pretty sure that.
Well, I thought this car right here, this black one in the Jeep, were the Chapins.
Well, that was what was always said, but I think it's actually I think that's either so you have that's Xana's, that's Kaylee's, that's Maddie's, that's Hunter's. This has got to be either Bethany's or Dylan's.
No, Bethany. No, they didn't have.
I was always under the impression that was one of the other triplets.
Yeah, that's one of the Chapins.
Yeah. Well, they're not there.
Right.
Huh.
Yeah, right now I'm getting all the.
Yeah, I always thought it was Maisie's, but she's not there.
I haven't told her who's deceased or anything like that. They have 4 people that are unaccounted for right now. Which,
Whose dog?
whose dog? Who owns a dog?
I'm shocked no one's run up and been like, what's going on? Let me in there. What, whatever.
Yeah, where's all the people from the apartment?
Right. Well, Monday.
Okay. Since she knows a bunch of the people who are living here, I'm getting all the.
Like I sense Sunday around noon is pretty much like noon is like 9 a.m. for people around there.
No, there's no way that the group that is there is not all over like their Snapchat and stuff like that, telling people what's going on. Like,
absolutely.
A lot of the rumors, like you have to remember when all this is happening right here, there are actively people like spreading, like people, like people that are there physically present are telling people that they're hearing that they overdosed and I think one of the original ones was like they got shot or whatever, and so like
well, remember because that's
already flying.
Bethany supposedly hears like a firework.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So somebody is saying shot because that's what they think now is that there was like this firework was not really a firework, it was a gunshot.
Mm-hmm.
For their names, and then I'll finish collecting all their information. Okay, how old is Ethan?
I apologize. There's a door downstairs next to the bathroom that's got a padlock on or a lock on it. You guys,
We don't know.
okay. Who has access to that room? Okay,
Yeah.
so it's not something you guys normally.
No, we have no idea what it is.
Thank you guys.
Okay. So Ethan, how old is Ethan?
I believe he just turned 20.
20, and it's Chapin, Chapin.
Yes, I believe.
Okay. Do you happen to know either of their date of birth?
No, I know knows Hannah's date of birth.
Okay. No worries. And Ethan's also a U of I student?
Yes, he is.
And you don't see him here right now? You see, but I'm pretty sure he's in that room.
I think so. I think it's left hold me. I don't know for sure.
All right. And then the 2 additional roommates that aren't here right now,
They're not.
that aren't here with you.
Yeah.
What are their names?
Maddie Mogan, M-A.
Okay, wait.
D-I-E. M-O.
Can you go back like just a second because when he says your two roommates that aren't here with you right now, I couldn't hear what does she say? Are they or aren't they?
Knows Hannah's date of birth.
Okay. No worries. And Ethan's also a U of I student?
Yes, he is.
And you don't see him here right now? You see, but I'm pretty sure he's in that room.
I think so. I think it's left hold me. I don't know for sure.
All right. And then the 2 additional roommates that aren't here right now,
They're not.
that aren't here with
says
you.
the 2 additional roommates that aren't here right now, and she says they're not.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are their names?
Because she thinks maybe they're gone. Maybe they left. Maybe they left that morning and she doesn't know that they left, or like, you know what
Then
I'm
why are
saying?
you saying they're not? Like you're surprised, like they're there, and then someone tells you they're not there, and that's why he says they're out here with you, like meaning physically standing right here with you.
Or is she taking it as they're not like alive?
No, I don't know. I because he first asks about, I believe he was talking about Ethan, and he was like, you see him here, and she says no or whatever, and he says like, do you think he's in that room or whatever?
I think she says that's what I was told or something like that.
Yeah, but I don't think when he said your other 2 that aren't here with you right now or here right now, so far like he has not outright told her anyone's dead.
Yeah, I almost felt like she thought that that's what he was getting at, but he wasn't getting. He was just asking, like, they're not here, like outside.
Yeah,
I don't know.
See, I kind of felt like it was like, oh, they're not here, like they're gone. Like, where would they have gone?
that's exactly how I took it. Like he's like, that aren't here with you, and she's like, they're not. Like they should be here. Like, what do you mean
Right.
they're not here? But
Right.
then in the same breath, it's like,
how do you know they're
you
there?
didn't send anybody up there, so like part of me wants to think that you thought they also weren't there.
Yeah, I don't
Because
know.
you
it's
didn't tell
hard.
anyone to go check on them.
Yeah, it could be taken like numerous ways. But yeah, she definitely did sound surprised. They're not?
Yeah. Does she ever say, and I'm just curious, and maybe I missed it, maybe she already did, or maybe they redacted it, who the fuck knows? But does she ever say, like, are they alive? Are they dead? Are they alive?
No.
Okay.
Nope.
Well,
No.
as far as we
Says,
know.
I don't know where they're at.
Yeah, and then he says, like, I don't know what I can tell you, and she's like, okay, it's okay, or whatever. She hasn't said that yet, but that's what she will say.
Maddie Mogen, MADDIEMOGEN. And then Kaylee, KAYLEE. Gonclaves, GONCLAVES. I think that's how you spell it.
How old is Maddie?
21. Or 21 or 22. I can't remember. They're both 12 or 21, but I don't know exactly.
I think so.
There's no doubt they
How
know
old is
that
Kaylee?
Dana and Ethan are
Over
dead.
21, I believe she's 20.
Right. I
They
think
know
that,
at least those two are dead.
yeah. It's just like, so I keep going back to as soon as Jack walks up, Dylan just starts like explaining things. I don't know. I just can't get past a lot here.
They were 22. Sorry, I don't fully remember.
That's okay. You're doing great.
Thanks.
I'm asking a lot of you, so
Sorry,
I appreciate
I'll
you.
say anything.
You're doing very well.
Do you know if the other two girls are upstairs or not?
Oh, there we go.
Right now, what we got to do is we got to.
So
This is what he'll tell her.
So she didn't think that he was implying that they were dead. She thought he was implying they weren't there.
Yeah,
and now
that's what
she's asking, are they upstairs?
Right.
I just I hate how she like suddenly showed her concern like after she got reassurance that like he thinks she's doing a good job and stuff. I don't know. I'm making mental notes. I'm not saying this means anything. I'm just giving my reactions as I'm hearing it. And as soon as like he gives her like, oh, you're doing good and all this reassurance and make her feel safe, then she decides to show the concern of like where they're at.
Mm-hmm.
That's this whole thing. I don't know what I'd be permitted to tell you right now. Okay?
That's fine.
Okay, let's go back. I just wanna...
She's like, that's fine. You don't have to tell me.
I'd be like, oh my God. Like, I'd be like falling apart at that point because I would take it as like, it's not good.
Yeah. And also, like, I'll just touch on this very briefly. And it's a little bit different, I guess, because I actually like saw something happen, like, and knew that what I was seeing was what happened. Like, you know, like I was like, it very much was all happening right at that moment, not hours and hours later. But like, and I know everybody's different, but like, I saw somebody jump off a bridge. And like the first thing I said to the police when I walked up to them was, is he okay? Like, it might sound like nonsensical. Like, what do you mean? Like, but like, I'm thinking in my head, like, sometimes it doesn't work out the way that people think it's going to. And then like, they do live and they suffer. And like, I just needed to know, like, if he was still alive. And like, it's just weird that nobody asks this. Like, nobody said, like, are they okay?
Did the cop answer you when you asked?
Yes, he actually did. Yeah. And he told me no.
I don't know. It's just, and then for her to just be like, okay, you don't got to tell me. It's like,
that's fine.
That's like, fine. It's like she's just trying to like appease him instead of pushing him. Like, I don't know.
Well, it's like, if you can't tell me, like, but just, are they okay?
Right. Or be like, oh my God. I don't know. There was no moment where she even like put her hand over her mouth and was like, "Oh my god!" Like,
yeah.
There was nothing that like made her think like they might not be okay either. Like she was just kind of like okay and like wanted to move on.
Yeah. She's like, no, it's fine. You don't have to tell me anything. It's okay.
Make sure we're getting everything. So you're sure at about 4 this morning?
Yes, it was 4:10.
You first noticed a guy.
Well, I first noticed Kaylee go upstairs and scream and run downstairs.
So 4 this morning, went upstairs.
Yeah.
To the top.
Yes, to her room.
So there's a lot of people that are speculating, including myself, that the person she hears go upstairs is Xana, right? But she keeps repeatedly saying Kaylee. I mean, she doesn't just say it once, like, oopsie, I really should have said Xana. She says it, and this is like the 3rd or 4th time she said it.
Yeah.
In these conversations, that it was Kaylee went upstairs
because she said
with dog Murphy,
and said somebody's here.
Yeah,
she said she went up with Murphy, and that because she heard her going upstairs, she's like, okay, now I can go to sleep.
Now I can go to bed. Yeah.
And at no point does she say like, maybe it wasn't Kaylee that I heard, like maybe it was Xana.
But she's like she knows it, like she knows it's Kaylee.
Right.
And we know that these walls are thin. Her room is directly next to the stairs.
Right. And I also think that, and again, like I said, I always thought like she obviously knows, like you have to think, apart from maybe trying to find some videos, like Brett Payne doesn't know what Kaylee sounds like or Xana sounds like. Mm-hmm. So it was always weird to me for him to change just because like his cell phone data said that Xana was awake and using TikTok. Why does that mean that means that Kaylee was not the one that she heard? I mean, if you're going off of it,
adding in the opinion there of who it was, now we think that it was Xana because of her. It's kind of like,
is it because you're using phone data? Like, are you saying, okay, well, it couldn't have been Kaylee because Kaylee stopped using her phone, and so did Maddie at such and such a time. It's like, okay, but that was like an hour before we even see the dude, this suspect vehicle 1 on camera. So you can't be going off of cell phone data to say, well, it couldn't have been Kaylee because Kaylee stopped using her phone abruptly, and so did Maddie, so they had to have been dead. And so it couldn't have been them. It had to have been Xana because Xana was still awake and using her phone.
Right. And why, if Dylan was going to be such a valuable witness, it's interesting that they changed who she even heard. Because like you're still a witness if you hear something.
I don't know, being like, oh, I know you say that's what I know your entire story says that it was Kaylee this entire time. But, and also you would know it's the dog. You're not going to tell me this kid hasn't heard that dog go up and down those wooden steps multiple times. Like, you know, the sound of a dog's nails
one of the
clacking
first statements
on wooden
is
steps.
that she heard Kaylee playing with Murphy.
Yeah.
Well, he said it was upstairs. She's basically saying they were in the living room playing, and then they went upstairs.
That has also changed. Good point.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody in chat, please don't victim shame. Please,
nobody's doing that.
Please read the scroll across the bottom of it.
With Murphy the dog.
Okay. And then you heard Kaylee scream?
I heard her scream and run as fast as she could downstairs. And she said, someone's here.
She ran downstairs?
Yeah.
I would like to know the order of things. So, like, she runs down the stairs as fast as she could and says, someone's here. So then when was this firecracker and stuff heard?
Yeah, well, see, I think that at that point, I think that has to be Xana, because she's in her room and she thinks that she doesn't know Xana went upstairs. But obviously Kaylee isn't running downstairs.
Also,
she's not dead downstairs. Kaylee is dead upstairs. So she can't run downstairs and say someone's here.
Unless she
said someone's here from upstairs, and then Xana was the one that ran downstairs.
Yeah, I definitely.
Or she was coming down the stairs and she saw somebody, because it's a straight line of sight into the living room and into the area where someone would be walking down the hallway or coming from the hallway from Xana's room, and said someone's here. Maybe she was running up the stairs, not down.
Yeah, and she heard crying from Xana's bathroom.
And maybe that was Xana. And maybe it wasn't her bathroom. Like, where are you differentiating that it was Xana's bathroom versus her bedroom, which is literally directly next to the bathroom?
Yeah, that's also weird.
Right.
Why did she think she was in the bathroom crying?
Yeah.
It almost makes you think that like she looked out there more than we know or something. I don't know.
Or like looked in, maybe if she like looked down the hallway and saw nothing and then like saw the bathroom light on or whatever,
right?
You know, but from her bedroom, I don't know how she would tell that it was coming from
right, unless she's hiding how many times she looked out there or something. You know what I mean? I don't know.
You can hear everything. I'm not trying to run downstairs really fast.
She literally just said you could hear everything. So then why am I to believe that that was actually Xana due to her being on TikTok?
Fast. And then I heard Murphy barking a lot.
Okay.
And then I heard her going to the I think it was the bathroom, and I remember her sobbing, and I just remember hearing this guy's voice that I didn't recognize saying, "You're gonna be okay, I'm gonna help you," but it wasn't like, I don't know how to explain it.
You know what's weird too is like she didn't clarify like whose voices she was hearing now. Like she's almost combined like Kaylee and Xana.
That's what I think.
Go back a second.
I heard her going to the I think it was the bathroom, and I remember her sobbing, and I just remember hearing this guy's voice that I didn't recognize saying, "You're gonna be okay, I'm gonna help you," but it wasn't like, I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah,
like,
I think she's
like
still
nice
only
way,
talking about. I think she's still only talking about Kaylee.
Right. It's like hard to. But then in the PCA, they've made it so that her statement is that it was Xana.
Because that's Brett Payne. That's him doing that. I don't think that's her.
Or maybe she starts to differentiate in her next interviews, and we'll find that out when they get
Well,
released.
that could be for
Right,
sure.
right.
And she's like, no, the one I heard crying was Xana.
Or they told her something, and she could have said, "Well, then it must not have been Kaylee. It couldn't have been Kaylee. It must have been Xana."
And they've also probably, she might have even explained it, but they've muted it out.
Mm-hmm.
like a weird way, like a weird tone.
You're gonna be okay. I'm gonna help you.
Yeah.
And you didn't hear anything from Kaylee anymore at that
No,
point?
after that I didn't hear anything.
So she is still saying it's Kaylee.
Yeah.
So then I kept calling for her name. I called on my phone, I called Xana, Maddie, and Kaylee. None of them answered. So then I opened up the door to look, and that's when I saw the guy pass by. He looked at me, but he didn't come towards me or say anything, which was really confusing to me. I don't understand that. And I'm pretty.
I think that's weird too. Like, why was it confusing to you that he just looked at you and didn't say anything?
That could have given her the false sense of security that obviously the guy isn't there to hurt them all because he's not coming towards me or hurting me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, he must just be a guy that's here for whatever reason. And she is drunk at the time, so maybe she's just like, all right, well, if he was a bad dude, he would have come at me, right?
Right.
See, no, like, I just feel like all of those are excuses that I made, like,
I know
what you just said, but then when you actually hear her and she explains all the things like locking the door and she's so scared and she runs downstairs because she's so scared. And like, you can't be both these things. You can be one or the other, but I don't think you're both. Like, if you think, oh, if he was here to kill everybody, he would have killed me. Then you wouldn't feel the need to, like, you wouldn't be so scared. You wouldn't feel the need to lock your door. You wouldn't run downstairs and be so scared. Be too scared to leave the room in the morning. You know what I mean?
And she's calling out loud to her roommates and on the phone.
I know.
And
this
texting.
I've done this forever, like with her, because I can't wrap my mind around her. I just can't. I don't know. I always felt like this with Harley in the Gannon Stout case too. Like I struggled until I listened to her actually testify. I struggled. And I felt like the same way with Dylan. Like, I just can't wrap my mind around her thought processes and why she's doing anything she's doing.
So if you're like, okay, he's not here to hurt me,
Okay.
Right.
Does that mean you just like don't call the police for the people that you might have been there to hurt? I mean, you were just screaming someone's name over and over. That means that you had a murder.
Okay, I'm gonna play devil's advocate here because, like you guys know, I suffer from major anxiety and panic disorder. Like, you know, I've been medicated now for many years, but before I was medicated and it was really heavy, like that would be something I could do. I could be petrified and then talk myself into being like, you're fucking ridiculous. There's nothing wrong because every other time that you've done this, nothing was ever wrong and everything was fine.
Yeah, but did you have multiple things that were saying, screaming, this is wrong? Like people screaming and like someone laying in the floor. You know what I mean? Like if you think you hear someone in your house and then you don't anymore, that's one thing. But if you think you hear someone in the house and then someone starts tapping at your bedroom door and then you hear someone running down the steps, like at some point you're going to be like, maybe I'm not overreacting.
No, I agree.
Something is wrong here.
But I'm trying, like, once again, that's why I'm doing devil's advocate because I do know, like, I can do that to myself. I can get myself into a major like tizzy about something bad is happening and then go, okay, you've got to talk yourself down here. And obviously you're overreacting to what is happening. But I know I've never been in the situation where I hear my roommate screaming and see some weird dude walking by and, you know, coming at me.
Yeah. And nobody's answering. You're calling people over and over again. Nobody's answering except for one person who also hears something. And it's like, okay, well, if you heard something too, then maybe I did hear. And then you would have had to hear the car squeal, right? As he's leaving. So like somebody got out there fast. And again, here's my other thing. If you're like, okay, well, this guy just saw me and he didn't kill me. And so maybe he's not here to kill everyone. And maybe I did overreact, right?
Right.
You go down to Bethany, but why don't you go check on anybody else?
Yeah, I don't know that either.
You walked by your roommate laying on her back.
And you did not check on her. And I feel like the only reason you wouldn't do that is if your fear was that something was wrong with them. And again, I just think if your fear was that, then you should have called the police.
I know.
You thought something was wrong with them because you thought it was weird nobody was answering. So you called Hunter.
But not until after almost noon the next day.
Right.
But when you woke up, you were still scared to the point where you didn't want to leave your room. You guys stayed locked in the room and you called somebody. Yeah. Like, I just feel like at that point you should be like, okay, if we're still this scared, like we should probably call the police.
Right.
And they're still not answering. We should probably call the police.
I'm just going to share my little theory that I came up with right now because I've been afraid to share it, but you know what? Screw it. Now's the time. So I'm trying to make sense of all this with Dylan, and I don't even know if I want to say this. Is it possible? I mean, I'm not settled in on this theory, but is it possible that Dylan said something to BK on the way out, like, please don't hurt me. I won't call the cops. Just don't hurt me.
Maybe.
I honestly don't know if he saw her.
It said that he saw her.
She says that.
She said she saw. You know what would have been good if the prosecutor and the police like did what we want them to do, which would be appropriate to do. Something that would have been great would have been like, here I am stuck on the details only the killer would know, like all the things that I wanted Richard Allen's confessions to say that they never ever did. Something here that like only the killer would know. Let's say everything she's saying is true. Something the killer would know is that she was screaming Kaylee's name over and over again. There's no way they wouldn't have heard it.
There's also no way that he wouldn't have, if she is screaming somebody's name over and over again, that he doesn't know somebody else is still alive in the house.
Correct. And I wonder, did Bethany hear her screaming Kaylee's name?
Right.
Great question.
And did Bethany...
She had to have.
You would think she had to have.
So you scream her name, you call
over
her,
and over.
Text her, their screaming and crying went silent, and then it takes you up to 19 minutes after officers get there to ask about them upstairs.
Yes. Right. And also she says she called Xana. So she hears Kaylee screaming and crying in the bathroom, so she calls Xana.
Well, I caught that too, Teresa, but let me check that because I think she said that. I think she said that, but I think she. Oh, nope, I lied. So, okay, so Bethany calls her first at 4:19. At 4:20, she calls Xana. And then 20 seconds later, she calls Kaylee. And then she calls 8 seconds later. So she only calls Kaylee for 8 seconds, but calls Xana for 20. So I'm thinking she went to Xana's voicemail way later. Called Kaylee only for...
Kaylee's phone could have been dead.
Yeah, only for 8 seconds at the most. And then called Bethany for 41 seconds. And then, so listen to this. So 4:20:28. Somebody do this math because I don't like it. 4:20:28. What's 41 seconds from that? 9.
41 seconds?
Yeah, I guess that would be 4:21.
4:21:09.
Okay. So 4:20:28 is when Dylan calls Bethany. And then at 4:20:47 is when they see the white vehicle leaving at a high rate of speed on the camera. So as she's on the phone with Bethany, the vehicle's speeding away.
That's weird. As she's on the phone with Bethany, the only other surviving roommate, Bryan Kohberger, speeding away.
Speeding down Queen, King, whatever this road is in the front of the house. Yeah.
She went out the side door, and then I called and said she thought maybe there was a fire or like a firework. We didn't know. She heard this loud noise and there was a light, I guess.
Did you hear like a pop, like a bang?
I don't know. Did you hear it bang?
It's what she heard.
Okay.
That's what she heard.
Okay, never mind. You stay there. I didn't hear that.
Hey, where are you going right now?
I'm just going to pick up my phone.
Okay. Where's your friend live? To the left, please.
Yeah, I can move.
Okay.
I don't think I ever heard a bang. I didn't think anything about fire or firework.
Or a gunshot.
I told her. I don't think I heard anything of that, but I also was kind of in and out of it because I was so scared and I was really tired. And that's when I called and I told her,
Has she herself stated that she was drunk? She might have, but I just realized that she said tired.
Yeah, I was really tired. I was out of it. I was really tired.
Yeah, I don't think I heard her say she was drunk. She probably didn't this time.
Okay, because I'm just wondering, because everyone keeps saying, "Well, she was drunk. She was very drunk," and when you're drunk, I'm trying to think, like, was she really drunk? Like, because that matters. Like, as far as like,
we also don't know if they were ever drug tested, do we? Is that something that's come out recently that I'm unaware of? Because I don't know if they were ever drug tested.
I don't know about Dylan and Bethany, but I know that the text came up clear for everyone else.
So, yeah, I don't know if they, I mean, who knows? I have no idea.
I just think that it's vital as far as like everyone kind of like making excuses. Like, well, if you were really drunk, like, I just want to know, like, was she super drunk?
I thought that in one of the documents when they're talking about that her story, like it was this and then it was this or
the
whatever.
Defense said that she had like a Borg or two and also other stuff throughout the whole day.
Because at 4 a.m., like, I'm wondering, like, how much drunk could you still be? If, I don't know.
Well, if you're drinking until 4 a.m., you're fucking drunk.
Well, it didn't say when she stopped drinking. Like, that all could have been, like, let's say before the game and then went to the game and didn't. I don't know.
Right. I would just like to know her state of mind, like her clarity. That's all.
To come to your room because she was the only one that was answering me, so I just ran down there, and for a second I stopped and I saw Xana passed out, and I thought maybe she was just like sleeping or something. I didn't think anything because I was so out of it, and I went into the room and we just fell asleep, and then we woke up this morning and no one was waking up at all, like no one was answering, which was really weird because all of
I still don't get why, like, if she saw Xana laying there, like, why didn't they like go check on her in the morning? Because she just said we didn't think anything of it.
But I think she says like she was still in the same spot.
So then they did go check?
Like I just don't know why you would not think anything of it. I would
Right.
think, okay, that was 8 hours ago. At some point I would think she'd like come to a little, unless she was like dead, like from alcohol poisoning or whatever. I would think that at some point she'd come to and crawl into bed. Or Ethan would get up to pee or something and bring her into the bed. You know what I mean?
Right. It's weird.
Just wake up around like 9 or 10, and then I called the girl to come check.
And she didn't hear a DoorDasher?
And I told him what happened, and then
Yeah, she mentions nothing about, and I heard Xana like grab her food, or I
Yeah.
don't know. Interesting.
Or I heard somebody ring the bell or knock, or I heard the slider open. I mean, she was awake.
and I looked in the room, and he said they needed to get out and call the cops.
Okay. The guy that you saw, and it was dark, right? Or were there lights on in the house?
I think there were lights on in the house, I believe. Okay. I don't really know what he looked like because he had a mask, but he wasn't like super tall.
How tall are you?
So she said there were
I'm
lights on in
5'10".
the
I
house.
think it was maybe my height, an inch or two higher or lower. I can't really remember.
Higher or lower?
She's
So about
5'10", and she said he was an inch or two higher or lower.
That's weird.
So
That's a weird
5'8" to 6 foot.
Earlier, she said he was taller than her. Her first statement was that he was taller than her.
Yeah.
How was he built? Fat, skinny, stocky?
More like skinny, but like basketball player kind of skinny, like not too skinny, but like almost fit skinny in a way. That's what I think. I don't know for sure.
And then the voice, he said, when he said those words, you didn't recognize that voice before.
I didn't recognize him or his voice. I mean, I also couldn't see him, but I didn't recognize that voice at all. So it didn't cross my mind if that could be.
Did you guys have a party last night too? Or?
Not tonight, but there was and we had like a formal thing beforehand. That was 2 days ago.
Okay. Is there anything that popped out about that event that was concerning?
No, I mean, I because Ethan, he is in Sienna, and we were dating when Sienna went there. I was there for a little bit, and then I went to my friend's house down the street, and then I came back home with my friend. Everything was fine, nothing weird at all, nothing suspicious until 4 a.m.
Okay. All right.
CH literally just took the words right out of my mouth. It's exactly what I was thinking when he was like, do you want to come out or whatever of the cop car? And Jack's like, no, I'll stay here. Literally, that was what was in my head, was now he can be sitting in there listening to everything going on the scanner. And I guarantee you that's what he was doing.
Interesting.
That'd be a smart move.
Did you guys notice
I don't think I have any more questions for you right now.
Okay, if you did decide.
Somebody else will.
Okay, sounds good.
So let's grab that. Let's go back over there.
Okay.
All right. Who else lives here? Can I get your last name, please?
So is that Hunter Johnson that just walked away?
Yep, I was just going to say this, where Hunter meets up with Hunter.
There you go.
Yeah, Hunter's going to, here's the other Hunter walk up.
Yep.
Hunter Chapin's about to walk up in the sweatshirt, in the pink sweatshirt. Pinkish.
So Hunter's going to break it to him probably, right?
He's going to say like, I mean, I would assume he knows since he's saying he checked his pulse.
Mm-hmm.
This is when Hunter calls his parents.
My
Hunter
God.
Chapin calls his parents.
Right. And then the sister comes up.
Calls his sister too and says, you need to get over here.
Okay, do you mind hanging out here, please?
Again, this is
I was
just-
going to say, is this redacted? I can't hear nothing.
Yep. Yeah, somebody just said something big because that was all redacted and then bursting out crying.
That's Hunter Chapin. It's all redacted again.
Yeah. It's just
so we don't know what this is about. Like he could be yelling, like what's going on? Like is
right.
I guess is that Maisie? Like I just see a blurry. See,
I don't think that's Maisie yet, but hold on, and I'll tell you.
I think
so, like
she's
who is
in
this
pink.
then?
I think Maisie comes in pink, and I have no idea who that guy or that person is.
Like just the number of people that are just walking around, like,
and any of them could be the killer. In a
yeah,
way.
like maybe we should worry that like somebody's like like wielding a knife and just willing to take all kinds of lives. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like we should
They
like
didn't
act
bother
like this is
to
a crime
check the
scene,
people who were at the crime scene to begin with, because Hunter Johnson did have a knife.
right? And
Right.
they didn't even know. Like it just like appeared on a table, and he was like, oh, "By the way, like I didn't know what was going on, so like I grabbed a knife." And like I could totally see the kid being nervous to tell them,
right,
that he has a knife on him after he realizes everything that
exactly. Everyone's been stabbed to death.
Okay, can you spell that for me?
So yeah, they're getting Bethany's information out of this.
Do you have a middle name?
Yeah, but we don't know what happened.
What's favorite? What's good phone number to reach at?
Okay, maybe like bring her somewhere else, like away from these people, maybe.
Right.
And then is your
And I'm
driver's
just being
license
picky
through what
because
state?
he really
What
did a
state
good
is your driver's
job.
license through?
I know.
And also, this
Do you
all
have a
shouldn't
room
have
that's
to fall on
assigned to you?
him.
And like, how long does it take before they're like, get the coroner and like the like ISP? When does ISP show up?
Dude, it was like hours. Like,
oh
these
really?
people were not
Well,
speeding
they
here.
call their supervisor. He shows up on the body cam, and then he's like, "Okay, this is what we're gonna do, and I'm gonna get Payne out here. Payne's gonna take over, because these are just patrol cops,
right?
So that's another thing is like these aren't detectives, and these are just patrol cops that happen to be in the area on duty and showed up to this, and this is what they're doing.
Right.
You here? When you going?
No one else does.
I just feel like a quadruple murder in a place where that doesn't
Were you here last
happen. Like you would think they would be like swarming this place, like immediately swarming this place. Everybody, ISP, everybody that's like these people that work here don't live far away.
Everyone's watching football. It's Sunday.
Like you would think that Pullman would head over. Like I just would think that like so many people would have been here already. Like lights and sirens, everybody. You know what I mean?
Right. Takes like 30 minutes, and then all of a sudden it gets that way. It seems.
Okay. Is it okay if you walk over to my car with me and we can talk over there? Okay. I'll tell you the same thing I told her. Is you guys are probably going to be talking to a lot of people, retelling the same story. So.
Am I still allowed to go home soon?
There it
Am
is.
I still allowed to go home soon?
For
Am I
Thanksgiving.
still allowed to go home still for Thanksgiving? But
Yeah.
she hasn't said, are Kaylee and Maddie okay?
Bro, what?
Yeah, am I still allowed to go home for Thanksgiving?
Does
I'm
Chad
sorry.
think that's
I'm sorry.
weird,
That's just
or are we
bizarre.
being too harsh? Because even my husband and I were like, that wouldn't be the first thing I'd be saying.
Absolutely not.
Like, are we all just forgetting what it's like to be? How old are they again?
20, bro. I was listen.
At 20,
I feel like I was
girl.
mature, and I mean, I was an adult. You're an adult.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, man. Am I still gonna get to go? Let's just say, okay. So part of it is, why is that the first thing on your brain? Like, instead of your friends inside the house, or what has happened, like what is going on? But then in the next breath, it's like, why wouldn't you be able to go home?
Yeah.
Like what were you thinking that you were thinking, maybe I won't be able to go home?
Right. I don't know. I don't understand it. I wouldn't have said that, but
I would have said, are they okay?
Right. Have you heard? Has anyone
people hurt?
seen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Forever. Okay. So you're cross that bridge when it gets there, and the detectives will work with you guys. Get a hold of you, however we best can. Okay. So you worked here last night. What time frame were you here through now? Were you here the whole time?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. What time did you get here last night?
Can I check?
Yeah. Oh, while you do that, I'll turn off my lights here. I'll be right back.
That's a good point, Jay.
I forgot you were here, man.
Someone said
do you
something
just
about
wanna hang out here?
about her seeing things, but she didn't see anything though.
Right. They didn't.
So,
right.
Like, she didn't go upstairs.
They don't have the shock factor because they didn't see anything.
Right. She didn't see Xana. Like, she didn't see anything that night. She didn't even hear like the things that Dylan heard, like with the screaming and all that. So like,
that's so funny. Yeah, that Holly, I was just reading Holly's comment. She's the only one in this chat and everywhere that has known me when I was 20.
So what would Amber have done at 20?
Yeah, so Jack here, I don't know. Is he has Hunter Chapin called his parents yet, or has he just called the sister?
I don't know what time he calls them, but he says he calls them when he gets there. So we know he calls the sister, and he says he tells her to come over right away, but doesn't tell her why. I think that's what he said in the documentary. And then he calls his parents. We know because he's the one who has to tell the parents what's going on. But at this point, like, Hunter Johnson knows that Xana and Ethan are dead. Right. Nobody knows about Kaylee and
none of these kids.
And Maddie. None of them know. None of them have seen, and nobody will tell them anything.
Right.
So
Not
unless
Hunter.
something happened in that little mini time frame where the cop is standing over with them, and it's all redacted, unless he says something then, which makes no sense because he'll say right here again, I don't know what I can say. So it doesn't make sense that he would have already told the others.
And everyone says that everyone realized what happened to Kaylee and Maddie once the dog gets taken out. And I don't think that's
the dog could have just been up there, like, again. So, and I'm not blaming whatever. People are going to take things that I say in a way I don't mean them anyway, so it doesn't matter. But same as how I say, like, they've got these people out here, they don't know who did this, what happened yet. And so I feel like I would be looking at, like, if I was the friends too, I would be like suspicious of like everybody, right? And so would not even the thought cross your mind, like, well, I guess not for Dylan because she saw this strange man, but like Bethany didn't see the strange man. But I guess she would take Dylan's word for it. So I wouldn't get, like, I don't know, like, who was to say somebody, like, that it wasn't one of.
Well, that's why I found it weird that Jack D doesn't intentionally go out there and start asking questions to these people when he has the opportunity. No cop is telling them not to talk to each other at this point. So
Right.
why is Jack D sitting in a car by himself and not out there asking all these questions of everybody?
Well, because I think he's listening to this. I think he's listening to the radio.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense.
So he knows a little. He might know a little bit more, depending on what they're saying. I'm sure they said that there's 4 people there.
Well, he would have heard that. He would have heard over the rate. Well, I don't know if he was in the car yet when they said they have a
But
quadruple.
before he got in the car, he didn't say are they in there? Is she in there? I don't know.
I think they're almost afraid to ask.
Well, we don't know what he asked the cop who actually puts him in the car.
Right, because he was away from the body cam. We couldn't hear, and maybe when we get the other guy,
he said my legs are cold, and in his head he was like, "I bet I can hear the radio." You know what I mean? If they're not going to tell us nothing,
I would be interested to know if he actually thought like that.
Right. Well, if he's trying to figure out what's going on, like maybe something was said already over it. Let's try to do this last 20 minutes, ladies.
I'm allowed to disclose right now. We're
mainly because I just got a text from my husband saying the baby woke up for.
Okay, we can stop whenever if you want to stop or you need to stop, like whatever you got to do. Okay,
we'll finish this up. We're good.
We're processing what's going on in the scene. As soon as we know for sure, we can tell you guys what's going on. We absolutely will. I know it sucks to be in the dark with this, but okay. And what's your relationship again?
Do we know what Jack said there?
No, I can barely hear anything he says. I can hardly hear Bethany too.
I know. I think he said no one knows but me.
Yeah, I could not understand what he said there, and I really wanted to know.
So did the other so I think he heard what the cops were telling the paramedics. So then when I think like he might have said to the other cop, like, I don't know. And then right here, he's saying no one knows but me.
Oh, and so maybe the cop was like, well, then I need you to sit in here so you're not telling everybody else what you know.
Maybe.
And
then maybe that's why he's like willing to stay in there because he knows.
Well, he said,
he says everyone knows but me, everyone's saying.
Back it up a tad bit if you could.
Okay, hold on.
We're processing what's going on in the scene. As soon as we know for sure, we can tell you guys what's going on. We absolutely will. I know it sucks to be in the dark with this, but okay. And what's your relationship again?
I can hear everyone knows but me.
Yeah, that was the only thing I made out.
Yeah, man. As soon as I know we're able to fill you in on what's going on, we'll let you know. Okay. Like I said, you're welcome to get out at any point. If you want to hang out in here, you can because it's warm. If not, if you want to hang out with them, you're gonna hang out outside too. Okay. Tell you what, I'll just crack the door. I'll try to not lock it on you, so if you need to get water. We can start. Yeah, we can see if somebody can bring some of that stuff by. Okay.
Pop's like, yeah, that's the least of our worries.
So what did he ask for?
Water. He asked for water.
I mean, you live down the street.
Get
some water.
All right, so what time were you here last night?
Like 1:24 or something in the morning.
Today. 1:24 you got here? Okay, what was going on at about 1:24?
And my friend watching Vampire Diaries on the car.
You and okay. Watching Vampire Diaries.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
And then
course, a lot of this is going to be muted and redacted.
She's just one of my friends. I'm sitting over there.
You can currently see Hunter Chapin on the phone.
Yep.
Okay, so you guys watching Vampire Diaries up in this main,
and
the second level?
Talking.
Okay, and then for how long?
I don't know. And then Maddie and Kaylee came home from the club. And then we all hung out in Kaylee's room for a little.
So Maddie and Kaylee were at the club?
Yeah.
You know how long they were there? Probably till closing at least?
I don't know. They went to drug truck afterwards.
Drug truck. Okay. And then they came home at about what time? It's okay. You're doing great. So they did get home at 2?
Yes.
How do you know that?
I just have a picture of Kaylee's room with Murphy.
Okay. Then what happened after that?
And then me and Maddie took out Murphy, and then
Murphy's the dog?
yeah,
Okay.
and then I went inside to go to bed, and she was still taking him out. And then I was in my bed, like about to go to sleep, and Maddie just said that she lost Murphy. Like she was like, and was wondering if he was with me, and I just said no, and then I went to bed.
What time do you think you fell asleep?
Maybe 2:30, 3.
Okay. What time did you wake up at all between 2 and...
I heard something like loud and Murphy like bark. And usually like he barks at things. And then I thought I saw like a firecracker, so I thought someone maybe was just drunk and like put a firecracker in the house. But I wasn't even really sure because I was kind of still asleep, so I wasn't sure if it was like real.
So she heard and saw a flash.
Yes.
Also,
and has anyone come out and explained what that was? Like as far as law enforcement or Bill Thompson or anybody?
No. And she says she heard Murphy bark. I feel like she said like twice, but I don't care about that. But I was wondering, because maybe I forgot, did Dylan say anything when she was talking to him about hearing Murphy barking over and over again? Because like the neighbors in the reports, a bunch of the neighbors said Murphy barked forever and like didn't stop.
Yes. She said that she heard the dog barking.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry, I had listening to a couple things at a time. Loud, you thought you saw a firecracker because of a quick flash?
Yeah, through like my door, but I was like still half asleep, so I don't know if it was like real. I thought it was maybe a dream.
Okay. And then, did you ever like, pick up your phone to see what time that was? Or?
Oh, maybe I might have called her and asked her what was happening, because sometimes we do things and I'll call her and be like, oh, what was happening? She's just open.
Okay.
I don't know who she's talking about.
Do you guys recognize all these vehicles in here?
Yeah.
Who she's talking about?
Yeah, I call somebody because sometimes they hear something or whatever.
I think she said Xana.
Okay.
Because sometimes they hear something or I don't know.
She does call Xana. So when she hangs up with Dylan after their 41 seconds, that's who she calls as Xana. But does she say she called Bethany, or did she say she called Dylan?
Not yet, but my thing is, so Dylan gets down to her bedroom Like, so Dylan didn't tell her she saw Xana laying on her back after they both tried to call Xana and she didn't answer?
Yeah.
But we also don't know what time she heard this, right? She hasn't said what time she heard this firework.
No, but she's saying it was before she called Xana, essentially to see if Xana heard it also.
Hold on, let me rewind it like 10 seconds.
Okay.
Because of a quick flash?
Yeah, through like my door, but I was like still half asleep, so I don't know if it was like real or not. I thought it was maybe a dream.
Okay. And then did you ever like pick up your phone to see what time that was? Or?
Oh, maybe I might have called her and asked her what was happening, because sometimes these are things and I'll call her and be like,
It's a him.
They redacted it.
She calls a him. And she said sometimes he will something.
Well, here's something odd.
Hold on.
And then did you ever like pick up your phone to see what time that was? Or?
oh, maybe I might have called her and asked her what was happening, because sometimes.
See, I hear asked her what was happening.
I see.
I did hear what was happening that time.
I called him.
What is chat here? Her or him?
Do it again real quick.
Or them.
Okay. And then did you ever like pick up your phone to see what time that was? Or?
Oh, maybe I might have called her and asked her what was happening, because sometimes these are things and I'll call her and be like, oh, what was happening? She's just open.
Okay.
I called him to see what was happening, but sometimes he.
Yeah. I tried to call Maddie and Ethan and Xana and all them at like 4:20.
So you called
I tried to call all of them.
Maddie?
Answering, but
at what time?
4:30 and 4:22. And then 4:21. And then Ethan at 4:22.
It could be either. It could have been Ethan.
At 4:31. I thought they were close to me.
4:31?
Yeah.
Did they just walk out with Murphy? They did. He's down there, isn't he?
I think so. So Amanda says, I called her to see what was happening because sometimes he, so I don't know if there is he Murphy maybe?
Oh, maybe.
Okay, so wait, as soon as the Murphy comes out, it seems like people realize that Kaylee and Maddie are not coming out.
Yeah.
And then Kaylee got. And I saw a still frame of Murphy being taken out, and like he looks over at the crowd. Like apparently he does like a double take at the crowd.
Aww.
And like to see if like Kaylee was there amongst them. And like the whole time his tail was like between his legs.
Aww.
I know.
I follow Murphy's account on Instagram.
Me too.
I love that dog.
I know. And he knew exactly what happened, I think. Like they're smart.
4:31. I thought they were close to me.
4:31?
Yeah.
So no answer, and then did you go to sleep after that?
Yeah, I just kind of fell asleep again.
Okay.
I was like half awake.
Okay. And then what throughout your day did you got up at what time today?
I like woke up because my jaw was feeling really bad. I took some Advil at like 6 or 7, and then I just went back to bed. So I figured no one would be up anyways. And like, I didn't wake up until we called you guys.
So she took some Advil at like 6 or 7 because her jaw was hurting really bad, which probably woke her up. And
Where
then,
was the Advil?
that's what I was just going to ask. Where was the Advil? In her bathroom, probably, I would assume. But, I mean, who knows?
Probably in her room. If her jaw had been hurting.
Weird.
Yeah, I mean, that's a question. Where, but she's like, nobody would have been up then anyway. Like, so she wasn't worried about it. But it's just interesting. So, like, was she looking for anybody to be up? Or if it's in her room, then she would not even know whether anybody was up or not.
Right. I'd love to know that little detail.
Yeah.
And crazy how, like, well, sorry, I shouldn't say it as a fact, but she hears this noise in a flash, and then 2 hours later decides to wake up. Well, she said her jaw hurt and it woke her. I don't know. It's just interesting that, like, she really didn't get much sleep either.
No.
Okay. Moscow 70, can I get the time this call was generated?
Hey, Joanna.
Copy, thank you. All right. Do you remember seeing anybody in there that wouldn't belong?
Downstairs the whole time with my door locked. That's why I was sitting there. So I'm scared. I didn't really hear anything either.
So she said her door was locked because she was scared.
I just heard like something like my door was locked the whole time.
Hang on.
Copy, thank you. All right. Do you remember seeing anybody in there that wouldn't belong?
Downstairs the whole time with my door locked. That's why I was sitting there. So I'm scared.
I feel like she says, I didn't go upstairs the whole time because my door was locked and I was scared.
I'm over here talking and I'm on mute. I was saying that it sounds like she says like I was downstairs the whole time. My door was locked. She never says Dylan came into her room.
Weird. Hold on.
Try it again. Sleuth, you might be falling asleep on us.
Copy, thank you. All right. Do you remember seeing anybody in there that wouldn't belong?
Downstairs the whole time with my door locked. That's why I was sitting there. So I'm scared. I didn't really hear.
Says, did you see anyone? She said, I was downstairs the whole time. My door was locked.
Because I get scared.
I can't hear anything. I can't make it out. She very well might. I can't make it out.
The heck? Almost done, guys.
Anything either. I thought they were just being like loud and making things.
Very typical. Okay.
It was loud and that was typical.
Do you have any parent contact information for?
I know Maddie.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no. I know her boyfriend.
Said I sleep with my door locked because I get scared.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Is anybody having any issues with any boys?
Mm-hmm. He lives in Boise.
Okay, so he wouldn't be up here right now.
Oh, look at Jay.
And then I was talking to you about the formal stuff, right?
No, that was
her. Okay, so you guys had a formal.
The lovers were formal yesterday.
Mm-hmm. No issues? Okay, everybody got along? All right.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you, everyone who's donated.
And you were out here when I rolled up?
Yeah.
Okay.
There she says she was out by the telephone pole when he came up.
So I don't know if I have any other questions for you right now. Okay, I appreciate that you did very well recalling as things become more clear. Write them down or something so you don't forget. Sound like a good plan? Like I said, some other people are going to be talking here. And then we'll make sure everybody has the detective's case number or the detective information, and so that you can reach out to us if anything comes to mind and not just wait for us to reach out to you. That makes sense? Okay. Physically, are you doing fine otherwise? Okay. All right, we'll go back there. Thank you very much. Does anybody else live here? Okay. Who, by show of hands, who was all here when I got here? Sorry to talk to you too. Okay. All right. One second. So, Maddie and Kaylee were at the club last night. They got grub truck after. Don't know if they ran into anybody that maybe had issues there. They just set a formal the other day when without a hitch. There's no issues at formal. So there's nobody that they should be having bad blood. So obviously follow up need to be done at the club and the grub truck at the very least. I did a very preliminary interview with the two people that live here and that were here last night. Everybody else I'm about to identify was not here last night, but was here in the parking area when I rolled up, so I'll just get the information. Perfect.
Anybody asked, is any of these cars belong to these guys?
Ryan asked, sounds like they recognize all these vehicles to include some of the ones down there.
If they ask, then these can leave for the time being.
Okay.
We need to start, once Tyson gets here, we'll start figuring out how to get them somewhere warm.
Yeah. A couple of them did ask about like bottles of water or something. I don't know if there's anybody logistically that can work that out. We can call EMS too.
I have a couple bottles in the car.
So I know would be willing to help out however they can.
Okay, I'll go grab those out of my car.
Okay.
And then
they keep asking what's the status of all four people. I don't tell them we're figuring it out.
They all know.
If they ask, dude. Okay.
Has anyone seen that black glove near the dumpsters or the trash cans that McDonough found? Chris McDonough?
No, is it there?
I haven't seen it, but I haven't really been like analyzing. So I'm just curious. And anyone on replay, comment below if you guys do see it.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
So now Ethan's sister looks like she's walking up.
Okay. Yeah, that's Maisie.
Hi. What's your name? What? Okay. Do you mind just hanging out with them for a second?
Supposedly, Maisie tells Dylan to shut the fuck up.
Really? In this footage, or
I don't know if anybody's actually heard it in the footage, but that's the rumor. Yeah, I've not heard it yet, but like I said, I've only watched it one other time. But Dylan starts crying like hysterically, and supposedly Maisie's just like, "Shut the fuck up," like I can't deal with you right now, kind of thing.
Oh dear.
That's from James Patterson book.
Okay. Interesting.
That's what Lacey said anyway. So Hunter sits down with the other Hunter, and then she goes and sits down with the girls.
And everything's just...
No, Tina. She does not mention Dylan ever coming to her room.
Correct. And why did they blur out both the rooms downstairs?
No idea. It's so weird.
Did Dylan sleep in that other room?
No, she supposedly sleeps with Bethany.
Right. And again, this is just all silence, all muted. There we go. Yeah, I heard that other roommate or whatever we never met had their bed down there.
No, I don't think there's a bed in that room. I'd have to go back to my pictures, but I don't. That's how we knew it wasn't Dylan's room because it was like empty. It had like it had like the golf clubs and everything in it.
Yes, now I remember. Now that you mentioned, I was just thinking the golf clubs as soon as you said that. Yeah.
It's
Why
like,
mute certain things?
If you can free someone up and go back to the start on the one, I've got ISP on standby already. I've got a call in the Dustin. I'll call Payne. We need to talk to everyone. So we'll get Dustin and Payne working on that. So I'll call Payne now. I'll call Darren and get him.
We have family members walking up for Ethan, the male. Where do you want me to sit?
I will talk to them. Can you start with who you want?
What are we trying to just to search this residence?
Yep.
Okay.
So you're talk to you. Hey, I just talked to our shift sergeant.
So this pretty much concludes everything.
Yeah, it's about to because he's going to go up and talk to Hunter and Maisie, and then he goes up and talks to
search warrant right now.
And then the last calls too. This is the timestamps pretty good. Right after it happened, is at 4:21, 4:22, 4:30. She made these phone calls immediately after the bang.
Okay. Okay. Trying to call the people that are in the list. And no one answered.
And no one answered.
Perfect.
So the bang happens around 4:20.
Right.
I can do that. All right. Thanks, Darren. All right. Sounds like there possibly was one after the firecracker. Okay. We haven't seen an obvious gunshot wound here to move the bag.
Then somebody heard like a firework gunshot, but there's no gunshot wounds.
Yep.
No obvious gunshot wounds. So.
Mm-hmm.
Or she saw a guy masked, about 6 foot, skinny built like a basketball player. She described, said that he had a just full black mask, see like a ski mask. At about 4. Immediately after, she yelled and said, "There's someone in the house." This girl ran, locked herself in her room. Could hear a roommate that was upstairs, Kaylee. Somehow she's able to discern that it was Kaylee screaming. Then she could hear this masked man saying, sorry.
Let me call Brett.
She could hear him say, "You're gonna be fine. I'm gonna help you."
Ron,
And
you
then
want
no,
this whole-
it
you
was.
want this whole thing shut off? Yeah. Yeah.
Is there anything else you want from me for now? I can just start heading back.
Yeah,
So,
start
okay, search warrant. As far as the search warrant goes.
The description of the place.
Okay.
Get a couple photos and describe it.
Then he just explained to him how to fill out a search
What are you
warrant,
doing?
inquiry, whatever.
Make sure you're asking for XYZ in the search warrant.
In town, we've got a quadruple homicide. Yeah, 1122 Spring Road. Right.
And that's pretty much more redactions, and that's the end.
He goes up to talk to Jack.
Yep, sounds good. And then I gotta grab my phone. You're looking for any shell casings, knives, or just any indicia weapons used.
Weapons, signs of force, or tools to break into building, electronic devices.
You hear Dylan crying over there still?
Okay.
Main thing is just get the body of it. This date, this time, we were dispatched here. Prosecutor, when you get a hold of the on-call prosecutor, tell them what we got. Let them know that you're working on a search warrant and the nature of it, and then we'll go from there. They'll have a long list.
Okay. Do you want these are the victims' names?
I don't know them at this point.
Okay.
I'm going to probably do a quick walkthrough and then go back.
Okay.
I'll meet you at the TV screen.
I haven't finished IDing everybody here. I'll let Shane know so he can delegate that to somebody else.
Mayor Hunter's on the phone again. Under Jason.
Hey, boss, I got to get going to start some paperwork back at the station, so imagine you don't want to go with me. I'll have you stay here. And like I said, we'll let you know as soon as we can fill you in, okay?
Then he lets out one last heavy sigh as he's getting in his car.
It's like, shit, like what the hell did I just have to deal with?
What a Sunday morning.
Hour of my life.
Wow. Again, I just thank you guys for coming up and sharing your thoughts. I'm glad I'm not the only one that's been kind of confused by this last few days. Yeah, I still stand by everything's just very odd, and people should kind of understand that people are going to have a lot of questions in regards to the surviving roommate's actions and behavior. And that's just the way that this case is probably going to go, like forever. Like people are always going to wonder like why it went down the way it did. And it's not victim shaming by state talking about facts and talking about like why this happened the way it did. It's just, this is just a true crime discussion. So I don't know. It to me, this hasn't made more sense by getting this more information. I'm hoping like the documents maybe smooth some things out, but I just don't know. Right now, I'm feeling like the statements between Bethany and Dylan have been inconsistent and strange, and not really the way that the media and the PCA kind of made it seem. Am I overreaching there?
I don't think so. I think that we're lacking some more context to the conversations that continue to happen like after this, when they all have to go and like do their police interviews. You know, I think it's tough because they have such an opportunity to talk to each other. So it's like, is that your memory, or is that like what you heard that like as you guys were talking about what had happened? Is that somebody else's memory? I mean, that's going to be tough, especially for anybody who does go like, okay, these are victims. They are under, immense trauma at this moment for what they're dealing with. Then you know that they're taking other people's words as their own. And that's also, it's one of the reasons they all needed to be separated. But I thought he did a great job for a patrol officer who's not that, he's not been on the job forever. Yeah, he walks into a scene that is just fucking crazy, outside of anything they normally would ever deal with. And I thought he did a good job just like letting his training kick in. Obviously I could sit here and critique some of the things that I think he should have done, but I don't know if that's, I think that's kind of, that would just be nitpicking at the situation at that moment. But yeah. I thought he did a good job. I'm very curious about other body cams, because I'd love to know the conversations that were had with Hunter Johnson. And I would love to know the conversation that was had with Jack that got him put in the car. And why Jack chose, we'll never probably know this. Why did Jack choose to stay in the car versus question all of these people about what actually happened?
Yeah. And people keep asking if it was the car what's it called? Backfire, like with the noise. But Bethany says she saw a flash.
Yeah, but would that be the headlights driving by at the same time? Because she also says like she was like
her door. But
Oh,
his car was in the. I don't know. I guess maybe if he left that way.
Well, he does. He leaves out the way that would go right by her window, essentially.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. And plus, Dylan doesn't claim to have heard it. So.
And the only two weird things that I thought about Bethany in her conversation here was the one where she just brings up Thanksgiving, which is, if that was just, you know, all by itself with all the things, I think I could just overlook it. Like she just wants to go home and be with her family, and she's worried that now she won't be able to be with her family.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she's like, I just want to be home.
Yeah.
You know, I would probably be able to let that go too, but I think it's weird that she doesn't mention Dylan calling her or Dylan coming to her room because Dylan was scared. Like that was a big part of her night. But she remembers talking about like that she got up at 6, 7 o'clock to take Advil because her jaw hurt. But not that Dylan was like petrified and came to sleep with her in her bed. I don't know. I thought that's kind of odd. But overall, Dylan's the one I can't wrap my mind around. Bethany, I think I can go, okay, you know, she was downstairs. She has no fucking clue what's going on. I mean, shoot, in the text messages, we know that she's telling Dylan that Xana was wearing all black. So it's probably just Xana she saw, you know?
Right. And I need to know if Dylan told Bethany when she ran down there that she saw Xana laying on her back.
Yeah.
I need to know that because that wasn't mentioned by Bethany.
No. And like, would Bethany also be afraid and not want to go up there and see what was going on? Like, wait, Xana's passed out? Like what?
Oh my gosh. Well, I just feel like, you know, we're just going to have more questions the more we go through, but I'm still going to go through this case because we've been following it since it happened years ago. And now I really need to kind of make sense of this, and it's not happening for me yet. I think Sleuthy did fall asleep, which I don't blame. Just happy.
She had told us her little one had come in to cuddle with her. And so she's like, if I pass out, I'm sorry. So it wouldn't surprise me because she was getting all cuddly with her little man.
Oh, yeah, that's understandable. I'm happy you guys made it. So
I'm so happy that you invited me. I'm happy that you're back on the tubes.
Yeah.
It was like I said, forever and a day. So yeah, I'll be here to go through anything you want. Like,
oh my gosh.
I definitely have a lot of questions.
Awesome. And again, thank you to everyone in chat and the mods, everyone who donated. I don't know if Roxanne's still here or Adrian, but thank you guys for the cash apps. And yeah, I guess I will let you go, Teresa, and
thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your night.
Thank you guys. Love you guys.
Yep. Bye, everybody. I'll see you guys sometime next week. It's going to be a random stream. Not sure the time, but it'll be on Idaho and then probably a Watts Q&A. Might do that, but we'll see. But I'll talk to you guys very soon. I need to go to bed. So thanks for hanging out. I did not expect it to be this long, but there was just so much to discuss. So good night, everybody. Talk soon.